never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looky there, we cross over the midnight hour. Close out a Wednesday, made it through hump day. That means it's all downhill as we head toward the weekend. And I'll just rip that little page off the calendar that says June of 2021. Just looky there. Time zone to time zone, we are working our way into the first day of July. And away we go. All right, so a little relief from the heat. A little cooler tonight. We've been in recent nights. Yeah, down to about 69 outside the Hotshot secret bunker at this hour. After we've had a lot of rain. Boy, several inches of rain. I guess the rain started late afternoon. Had several rounds of showers, thunderstorms. A lot of electricity in the air. At this point in time, most of the heavy rain's now east of the Cincinnati up toward the Dayton area, but still a lot of rain there. And moving in southwest and south central Ohio, Chillicothe, you got another round of showers and thunderstorms. Technically, from Portsmouth to Chillicothe to Circleville, looks like the bulk of it may stay just on the south side of Columbus. Then we head back a little further west, and there's another big blotch of showers and thunderstorms. From just south of Terre Haute, Indiana, down into Jasper, Indiana, back into eastern portions of Illinois. Zoom in a little closer there. Robinson, Illinois, you've got a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity. More lighter rain up into west central Illinois. Hillsboro to Jeffreysville. Looking at some pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. It's kind of a plethora of action going on throughout the Midwest. All this activity is along what had been that stalled out frontal system since early last weekend that was draped from, say, the Texas Panhandle up into southern Michigan. It has finally begun to make the transition as it begins to drop off to the south and the east. So again, along that front, clusters of showers and thunderstorms. There's another batch of showers, some pretty heavy thunderstorms, just to the northeast of Poplar Bluff, Missouri. If it holds together, you'll probably see some pretty decent storms. It's moving off almost due east. Maybe, again, if they hold together, maybe pushing through Poplar Bluff, Missouri here in the next couple of hours. So, meanwhile, out west, monsoon season, hey, it really has kicked in. We actually saw some flooding rain in parts of the southeast this past day. But the big story has been and continues to be the incredible heat that they're contending with in the Pacific Northwest, even western portions of Canada. Get a load of this, the report from the Canadian weather authorities. There's a town nestled in the foot of the Rocky Mountains, not a place you'd typically expect to have scorching desert-like temperatures. That's exactly what has happened with this stretch of record-setting heat that continues to bake the region. Going back to last Sunday through Tuesday, Lytton, British Columbia, has broke the all-time Canadian high-temperature record 3 consecutive days. It started on Sunday when the town hit 116 degrees. They broke that record Monday at 118. Again, Tuesday with a high temperature, astonishingly, at 121 degrees in Canada. Previous record high temperature recorded in Canada as a whole was 113, set back in 1937 in Yellowgrass, Saskatchewan. Now, despite being at the base of the Canadian Rockies, Lytton is no stranger to the heat. The town previously recorded a temperature of 112 in 1941. That stood as the all-time record until this most recent heat wave. The thermometer that recorded the record-setting temperature likely still has to be checked for accuracy before that new record can actually be finalized. That can actually take some time, they tell us. But according to the World Meteorological Organization, British Columbia broke 43 all-time records as of June the 28th, a couple days ago. The Northwest Territories have actually recorded their all-time highest temperatures, not just in June, but for any point in the year. We're setting records that have no business in being set so early in the season, according to a meteorologist at Environment and Climate Change Canada. There's that magical word here. It's climate change. Coming up, we'll explain what a heat dome is. That's what they're dealing with out there in the Pacific Northwest and the southwestern portions of Canada. It's a heat dome. They're not uncommon. All right, we've had many days in a row waking up to higher temperatures. Less than 40% of homes have air conditioning. On the coastal areas, people are having to go to libraries and shopping malls to try to get a couple of hours of air conditioning right now. To highlight how unusually hot it's been for southern British Columbia. Lytton's all-time high of 121 is higher than any temperatures that as long as they've been keeping records, they've ever recorded in Las Vegas, Nevada. They've seen their temperature climb to 117. Other all-time records were shattered Tuesday across the border in the United States. Hermiston, Oregon at 118, Omak, Washington at 117. You got this strong area of high pressure in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's just kind of sitting there over the Northwest and Western Canada. It's been there since last week. This has created what they call a block around the jet stream, allowing air to stagnate and quickly become dangerously hot. Yeah, the key to why Leighton got so hot is the location. They're in a valley in the junction of the Fraser and Thompson rivers, while simultaneously being surrounded by these exceptionally tall mountains. The daytime heat absorbed by the mountains was released into the valley, which kept warm air trapped around that city of Leighton. The high pressure overhead also allowed a breeze out of the south to bring some additional warm air directly up the valley. It's all about location with this heat dome. All right, then I mentioned the monsoon. We do see some sporadic shower activity. Parts of Nevada once again. It's not raining in Las Vegas like it was 24 hours ago. There's not a whole lot of precip left to make mention of, but they did see some much needed rain in the desert Southwest. It's a little bit of a late start to the monsoon season. Over an inch of rain fell in a 1 hour stretch Tuesday afternoon at Zion National Park in southwestern Utah, which created a muddy mess, impacting traffic in the area. Those downpours triggering flash flooding that resulted in mud flows, forcing debris onto roadways, and also forced State Route 9 to be closed for a period. National Park officials also said there was an active technical search and rescue operation underway. There's no word on injuries or missing persons, but they tell us the park remains open, but operations are modified during the flooding. More flash flooding is possible in the pattern that is set up, with enhanced showers and thunderstorms across the Southwest as we continue through what's left of the work week here. All right, a combination of a stalled out front, and we're beginning to see an influx of moisture from a broad circulation along a push of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. Then you're getting moisture out of the Gulf of California. You've got the circulation around Hurricane Enrique that's pushing that moisture into that region. Thunderstorms expected to spread across much of the Four Corners region. Afternoon hours, you get those thunderstorms as they pop up across the high terrain, then drift into the lower valleys. Kind of a combination of the extremely parched ground in the Southwest and these thunderstorms that could produce some gusty winds could very well kick up dust storms or haboobs in places like Phoenix and Tucson. So watch for that. Visibility can go from a clear day to almost zero visibility in very short time in those dust storms. All right, the heat dome is the phenomena that develops when a large poleward shift in the jet stream. The jet stream becomes wavy and elongated. When that happens, a high pressure system can get stuck, and that forms what they call a heat dome. Exactly the setup there in the Northwest. When the jet streams shift far to the north, that allows extreme heat to surge into places that typically don't experience that. It's almost like allowing an air mass that you'd normally see in the desert Southwest shifting into the Pacific Northwest. The air under the heat dome sinks. That increases the warming at the surface because the air is compressing. The clockwise circulation with this area of high pressure can act like a dome or a lid, trapping all that heat at the surface. That's what forms a heat wave. NOAA gave an explanation in a blog post. Heat domes. Heat domes can occur anywhere in high latitude locations, including places like New England or southeastern Canada, even Europe, Siberia, and Australia. Underneath a heat dome, the air becomes quite stagnant, leading to air quality concerns, especially when you've got wildfires burning, heat-fueled wildfires. How unusual is this heat wave in the Pacific Northwest? Well, they're using one word for the heat. It's unprecedented. Heat domes do occur periodically in the Pacific Northwest. This is not some sort of a new phenomenon. The intensity of this heat dome, though, is quite unique, though, making some wonder whether this is linked maybe to climate change. With regard to climate change, it's expected the jet stream will become more wavy in the future as average temperatures continue to climb. Big deviations, extreme heat events. All right, yeah, so in a world without climate change, this still would have been an extreme heat wave. This is the worst, probably worse than the same event that would have occurred, say, 50 years ago. I think a lot of that, I would have to guess, is speculation, though. All right, there was actually, what was it this past day? The environmental czar or whatever under the Biden administration made the asinine remark that the collapse of that tower in Florida could have been due to climate change. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. Everything's because of climate change. You know, speaking of, we've got more on that story. They do continue to uncover bodies, the tragedy, and I guess, several more bodies this past day. What is the death toll up to 12 now, I believe it officially is. We had shared a story right at the tail end of the program last evening about a man who was actually in Washington, D.C. He and his wife resided in that condo, and she had called him at 1:30 in the morning there this past weekend when things were actually unfolding. And he said she was kind of in a panic. She called, and they were, I think, on the fourth floor, and their condo unit overlooked the pool area. And she was in a panic because she said, the pool's gone. The pool just disappeared. There's a sinkhole there, is the word she used. There's nothing there. And right about that time, the phone went dead. It was 1:30 a.m. That's when it all unfolded. Another story that comes out this past day. 40-year-old Angela Gonzalez and her 16-year-old daughter were on the 9th floor of the tower. When the level they were on collapsed, together they fell 4 stories to the 5th floor. The mom, hurt badly, despite a broken pelvis and other injuries, pulled her daughter from the wreckage. They both escaped to safety. Both mother and daughter survived. They were rushed to Jackson Memorial Hospital, where Angela was put into a medically induced coma, treated for a lacerated liver, broken pelvis, as well as injuries to her knees and hip. Her daughter suffered a broken leg, but she was well enough to receive a visitor. Her aunt, who shared her niece's account of how her mom grabbed her by the arm before she blacked out. She lost consciousness. She was under some rubble and was banging on metal for them to hear her. Her mom must have been nearby. Meanwhile, the father, Angela's husband, was last reported to be among those unaccounted for, still unaccounted for. But they do say Adrian had expressed some concerns about the structural safety of that building, citing complaints about lots of leaks and mold in the building. About a month ago, I was standing on the balcony and saying, this isn't safe. I looked at my niece and said, if you feel this building rumble, you need to run. Yeah, there was no time to run that morning, was there? It all happened in a matter of seconds. There's some of the latest for you, though. All right, what are we looking at as we roll into the early hours of a Thursday? Who all's checking in here? Michigan Mad Bam was first out of the box tonight. Hoosier Garage checking in. Steamy and sweaty in southern Indiana. 75 degrees, and good evening, Steve. The backdoor bandit checking in from Nebraska tonight. Have String Cheese Incident Band headed to Scranton, PA for the Peach Fest there. All right, Monty Python. Morning, Your Honor. Kind of a wet night out here headed north on 75. Got 2 more days till retirement. John checking in from Honolulu this morning. Richard checking in Central Florida, 75 degrees. Hello, Steve, and everybody out there. Buster Brown. End of a month. Congratulations to the Mississippi State Bulldogs on their first national championship in school history. How about that? Kentucky Ken with us tonight, out there surfing and protecting in the rain. Good morning, overnight drive. Mr. Steve, thanks for all the help last night. Yeah, we had a lot of good advice thrown out there to Kentucky Ken last evening. He did say thank you to all the drivers out there. Let's see. Copy the mail. Who could that be? Chevy guy. Eskimo Mom, a wet 69 degrees in northern Kentucky. Let's see. 75 mile marker on I-75, mile marker 5 in Cincinnati northbound, and got shut down when I went by a bit earlier. Not sure if it was an accident or road work related, but just a heads up, be careful out there. Down to 80 degrees tonight. Only 99 for a high temperature forecast in Central Oregon for your Thursday. Yeah, big time cool down, huh? Captain Ron checking in, waving a high five to you there. Morning. See Scott checking in. Y'all have a great day. Beverly says, I love that patriotic shirt. Yeah, this one's one of my favorites. I know you can't see it from the view. The camera's too far away, but obviously it looks like the flag. But it's got the words, "We the people" on the side, and Article 1. It's got in real small print. The whole thing's got portions of the Constitution. But yeah, I got one more patriotic shirt to break out for our Friday morning program. Jay checking in. Morning, Steve, and all of our truck driving buddies. Here's to a great show and a safe driving for all the drivers out there. Keep it cool. Don't let the heat get to you. Just remember to hydrate. Pappy checking in. Goodbye, June. Hello, July. Come on, 4th of July. Yeah, but Pappy's got to work this weekend. Yeah, I think he's got to go Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. He'll be out there getting all the complaints about fireworks. There's people doing fireworks next door. Can you send the cops over? Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pure Flow Air Dog. your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, here's the emails we like to get. Got an email from Gary in Irwin, Tennessee. And he says, Steve, I never had time to respond to an email I got from Hot Shot Secrets. It said something about getting something for a good testimony. I was listening to your show one night. Several other people were calling in having problems with their transmissions. And I heard your sponsor, that would have been Chris Gabrelchik, that was with us a month before last. You said, order something called Shift Restore. And if it doesn't work, just send the empty bottle back, get your money back, a complete refund. Well, I used it. And it works. I can't believe it. Had a mechanic tell me I had to get my transmission fixed. Love your show. You're the best weatherman I know. You do such a great job with it. Hope you have a blessed 4th of July weekend. Again, that's Gary in Irwin, Tennessee. Yep, it works, right? What have you got to lose? And if it doesn't, you get a refund. And yeah, that's the name of the game. Thank you. That is a great testimonial there. It's what we like to hear. Let's see. Tater said he got a big slowdown at the 5-mile marker over to downtown Cincinnati. That's the one Eskimo Mama was mentioning just a few minutes ago. He said headed to London, everybody be safe. So again, she noticed that 75 southbound about the 5-mile marker. Maybe it is an accident. Not sure if it's an accident or construction again, but be aware you're going to have to slow it down. Let's see. Another heads up here. There's a bad accident on I-78 eastbound at the 28-mile marker in New Jersey. Got a couple of trucks together, a fire. It looks like the highway's probably going to be shut down for hours. Again, 78 eastbound, 28-mile marker there in New Jersey. Thanks to the heads up from our listeners there. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Get your calls coming up. Hey, last week, the streaming giant Netflix released a new trucking movie featuring one of Hollywood's biggest stars. How'd they do when it comes to a realistic portrayal of the trucking industry? Liam Neeson is the star we're talking about. The movie is called The Ice Road. Right now, it's Netflix's number 2 slot for the most watched as of Tuesday after debuting on the 25th. If you hadn't got around to watching it yet, the plot kind of centers on 3 truckers given the task with hauling wellheads over melting ice roads in April to a Manitoba mine to rescue a group of trapped miners there. It's a network-produced video, and while the stars were mostly supportive of the movie, a reality star, Todd Dewey, who was part of the History Channel's Ice Road Truckers, right? Remember that? He said, the spacing between the trucks on the ice road for this film was nowhere near enough. Lisa Kelly was another on the Ice Road Truckers, several seasons, I think. She also had a few minor bones to pick with how the truckers handled the sinking ice, because they do it for real. This is just Hollywood, though. Many members of the trucking industry were able to catch the film last weekend. Everybody likes to point out some of the flaws. Major continuity flaws. There's a popular social media page, Twisted Truckers, that shared some of the points. One guy said they kept swapping out trucks from one shot to the next, hoping that the audience wouldn't be savvy enough to notice. I'm thinking most people probably wouldn't, but if you're a truck driver, right? If you're driving a truck for a living, you definitely noticed. He said they roll out of the shop driving W990s. All the crash scenes, they used T680s. Then they go back to W990s. That was driving me crazy. They kept switching back and forth during the same scene. I knew it would probably be stupid as hell, just like every other truck movie. But this was pretty bad, said another driver. Other commenters kind of pointed out unrealistic or inaccurate movements involving fueling and chaining up. In one frame, there were bare tires. The next, one set of drives, and the steers were chained. Yeah, they've got chains on, then they're gone, going up a steep grade from a complete stop, putting fuel in the tank with a can that would never been able to tilt enough to get a drop out of it. How about the scene when they're running on the ice road less than one car length apart? Now, don't get me wrong, I've never done it, but watching the documentaries, every time I see it, the trucks were always, it's talking about the Ice Road Truckers documentaries, the trucks were always a quarter mile apart. And there was also when he pulled the container out of the side of an avalanche uphill with no chains at all. All right, point out all the fallacies. Okay, a few truckers popped in to comment. Good Lord, it's just a movie, you guys. You're all on here griping about how it's not accurate or how trucks can't do that. Did you gripe when Batman beat Superman? Come on, movies are for fun, and 99.9% of anything coming out of Hollywood these days is BS anyway. Just enjoy the ride and leave all your know-it-all opinions aside long enough to enjoy something. Well, there you go. Have not yet seen the movie, but I've got Netflix. I'll check that out. It's 844-844-3388, a news break, after which we'll get to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Rescue crews pulled 6 more bodies from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. The bodies of 2 children, ages 10 and 4, were among those pulled out on Wednesday. 145 residents of the building remain unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava.
Any loss of life, especially given the unexpected, unprecedented nature of this event, is a tragedy. But the loss of our children is too great to bear.
And former Secretary of State Donald Rumsfeld has died. He's the only person to have served in the position twice, first from 1975 to 77 and again from 2001 to 2006. President George W. Bush praised Rumsfeld in a statement, saying he carried out his duty with strength, skill, and honor. Donald Rumsfeld was 88. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Allaroot for Liberty HealthShare. If you need a healthcare program for 2021, you are in luck. Liberty HealthShare offers affordable healthcare sharing programs starting as low as $199 per month. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. I found Liberty HealthShare 6 years ago. It was the best decision I've ever made. It's an alternative to health insurance. It's Christian healthcare sharing from a nonprofit ministry. There are no contracts. There's no network. You can choose any doctors or hospitals you want. Here's the most important things you need to know. First, credibility. Liberty has over 200,000 members. They paid out over $1.2 billion in claims in the past 4 years. Second, my personal experience. I'm a member. My children are members. Just in premiums alone, I've saved over $120,000 since I joined. Could you use an extra $120,000? To find out more about your health sharing options, call 855-58-LIBERTY, 855-58-LIBERTY, or go to libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. That's libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A couple of other listeners checking in here on a Thursday morning, first day of July. Welcome in. Let's see. Bill checking in. Good morning. Good to have you with us, Bill. Gary says, hey, Steve, I love your weather reports. Best weatherman I've heard. Boy, keep up the good work. Is there a phone number to call into and just listen to the show? I'm listening on Facebook right now. Hey, Gary, if you've got a smartphone, I can give you, here's the options. You got the smartphone app. If you've got the iPhone or the Android, it doesn't matter. You can download the app. You just type in overnightdriveradio.com. You can listen there to the live program. Of course, you're obviously catch us on Facebook. We also have the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube channel, overnightdriveradio.com. There's the audio stream there. You can go to the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. And, of course, via the app, you'd be catching the live midnight to 5 Eastern time. If you'd like to listen back at a different time of day, you can go to any of the podcast services on demand at any time. Apple Podcast, Google Podcast, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio Podcast, and there's a bunch of others. You can find all those at overnightdriveradio.com. And, yes, working on getting some other options available. So check it out there. I didn't know if you were aware that, well, we got the app where you don't have to actually, you don't get to see the video via the app, but that's what many truck drivers were anxious for, to be able to listen to the program and not have the screen on their phone lit up with Facebook or YouTube and that sort of thing, just to be able to listen to the program. So there's your options. Who else we got checking in? Let's see here. One Crazy Ray there, West Michigan checking in, 69 degrees. Got my coffee brewed, ready for another entertaining, informative morning with Steve and all the callers. Heat Wave checking in. Good morning, America. How are you? Stanley, morning, Steve. I turned the big 5-0 today. Happy July. I've been listening all the way back to your dad and you for like 35 of those 50 years. Keep on rolling. Stanley, happy birthday, the big 5-0. 1st of July. Let's see. Chad checking in. Hey, Steve. All good up here in Wisconsin. I just saw the ice roads on Sunday. I thought it was really good. All right. Ron checking in from Rochester, New York, 68 degrees, cloudy skies. It feels like 68 degrees. Buckeye Boy checking in from Jeffersonville, Ohio, 72, kind of rainy here. The missus and I just came through Cincinnati, and 3 northbound lanes of 71 were closed in downtown just north of the tunnel. It was flooded. Yeah, we got a late start. We've stopped for the night. We'll get to my friend's house tomorrow, relax, and get ready for the busy weekend. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. I know in Cincinnati, I see via the weather maps, there are some flood warnings in place. I hadn't really zoomed in to check out what they were all about, but yeah, I can do that real quick as we speak. Thunderstorms had produced anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain. While the rain has now ended, flash flooding continues. We've seen some significant impacts on area roads and highways. Flooding of small creeks and streams, urban area highways, underpasses, other drainage and low-lying areas all impacted. Some of the locations that are experiencing flash flooding. I-75 in Ohio between mile markers 0 and 10. Maybe that's what the big slowdown is there. Maybe they've got lanes closed because of the water over the interstate. I-74 between 16 and 19 mile marker. I-75 in Kentucky between the 184 and the 191. I-71 in Ohio between the 0 and 13. That's what our Buckeye Boy was just talking about. I-71 there. So shut down areas. Obviously, they had bottlenecks. That explains it, right? We had a lot of rain, no joke. Right? You got the ashtray out there that's probably 6 inches deep, and it's got about 4 inches of water in it. All right, 19 before the hour, and we get to our calls at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Horse Feathers, first out of the box on a Thursday?
Morning, Your Honor. Appreciate that. So what do we got going on there? The Ice Road movie.
Yes.
Take it for entertainment. Don't be criticizing what it is for the industry. If you're going to go to it, just go to it to watch a movie, be entertained. Don't try to take anything out of it for being a training video, promotion to what trucking really is, or anything of that nature. Because I learned that with Backdraft. Remember Backdraft when it came out?
Yeah, the
Kurt Russell in it.
Yes, the firefighting movie. Yeah.
Exactly. So as somebody that's in the fire service, I went to watch that movie, and boy, we could tear that movie. We could spend 5 hours tearing that movie up.
Really?
And I didn't enjoy it. Oh yeah, that's if you are in the fire service, what that movie portrays of actual firefighting and what goes on with firefighters and the whole industry is, yeah, we could spend 5 hours tearing that movie up. But I went to see it a second time and watched it as entertainment value. It was a damn good movie.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be in the industry and go there. Don't try to watch that movie as the industry. Watch it as entertainment.
It's not a documentary. That's exactly it. And, the Ice Road Truckers on the History Channel is more of a documentary. That's real life, real world. Yeah, this is all about. Obviously,
even
it's a drama.
Because if you remember in the first season, there was a guy that got up, put his seatbelt around the steering wheel, walked back, and made himself a cup of coffee in the bunk going across the lake, and that don't happen. So there was entertainment value in that as well. So that wasn't all documentary as well. So I heard you talking about Ron checking in there from Rochester, New York. Ron, Rochester, New York, get out. I left. No, I don't know. If you're good there and you like it there, family there or whatever, enjoy it. But yeah, nope, we left. I don't know. So I put on my thing for you on your call screener. What'd your call screener say for you for my call here?
Let's see. Please free. He's free. These free horse mother.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I just put he's free 3 times, horse mother. So the oppressed and non-justice of putting people in jail has come to Philadelphia to have a release. Did you see that? Did you see the big Philadelphia release yesterday?
Cosby is a free man. Yes.
Yeah, and exonerated. Not just a free man. He's exonerated as well, and can no longer be charged for anything. And yep, that's so. Anyways, I don't know. Whatever.
How does that happen with? Because it wasn't like it was a one-off accusation, one woman kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean the trial was over one particular claim, but there were numerous women.
Yeah, and so with that, whatever happened to Cuomo? Where did all those accusations from all those women go to?
What
happened?
That's a good question.
And so anyways, I don't know. It's the world we live in. And then the other big thing going on, I guess, is Al Sharpton was in Baltimore. He's ringing his bell. You're gonna have a national thing happen here pretty quick because the Baltimore County has not paid out a woman whose daughter was killed in a police raid, and so she's claiming that she's got all kinds of mental anguish and physical problems and all this, but nobody says anything about her 5-year-old child that was actually injured in the 6-hour standoff of trying to take this woman into submission. So I don't know if you can look up that Baltimore County News, but it's they're trying to go after everybody about stuff like that. And so I don't know. As I say, if you can look it up, check out more of the story. I don't know if anybody's interested or not. And I would like to say thank you to Hot Shot Secret and you and all that. So I hear the special show for Monday morning is 5 hours of horse feathers. Yay! 5 hours of horse feathers Monday morning. Yay! We'll catch you all then. Keep the rubber on the road, and we'll catch you on the rebound there. I got to go load my trailer.
All right. Have a good night. 5 hours of horse feathers. Who could handle that? Anybody? You ready? All right. Who's up? We got Chevy Guy coming up. Heat Wave will be checking in shortly. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Back in 3. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, there was the quote. It was Biden's energy secretary. That's the position. The energy secretary that this past day suggests climate change could have caused Florida's building to collapse. She's on CNN, no less. Pappy forwarded that to me, and he said it's absolutely disgraceful. I got an email from the Big Moose. He says, "Hey, Steve Areno, I got back today, got a huge surprise from my boys for a belated birthday gift. They had my 59 Caddy reupholstered and brought it to me. I almost fainted. I was on the phone with Chevy Guy and Philip, and I damn near soiled myself. I'm attaching some photos from start to finish. I'll try to stay up and dial you up. That is mighty impressive. Yeah, I mean, because you pulled this thing, a rust bucket, out of the junkyard, and I'll tell you what, the upholstery job, that is sweet. What's going on, Chevy Guy?"
Moose is an amazing human being. I mean, he's just enjoyable to listen to. But the more you get to know about this man, I think he sleeps about an hour a night, and he's very productive for the rest of the day. It's just so many irons in the fire, and he's getting it done. And yeah, that Cadillac is just breathtaking.
Yep.
And that's not the only thing they got going on. But I just want to tell you, it was just so funny. Well, of course, I'm cruising along, and Mr. Steve Sommers reads a a text message talking about, because Moose didn't call in that night. You know, he's got a text message that he's reading about where he's hooking up to a speedboat. It's not a fishing boat, and they got hooked to a motor home, and they're going somewhere. I'm thinking, well, they're just below Lake Erie. They're probably going to run up there and you know, take it up there to Lake Erie and open it up, you know, where they can fly across the water. So that next morning, well, I call Moose, and I says, how you like it out there on Lake Erie? And you know, he was sort of confused. By that time, he calls me up. I think we go conference call, and well, Moose was telling us what all he was doing, and I said, Moose, you ain't doing nothing secret. He said, what do you mean? I said, Steve read, you know, I ain't going to say his name online, buddy. I mean, they not only know it in Ohio, they know it in all the states. They know it in Canada, coast to coast, border to border, Mexico, New Zealand, Australia. These fellas sitting up there thinking they're getting away with something, you know. And what was those 4 listeners in a former Soviet bloc country was listening? You said you got 4 listeners somewhere in some kind of
5. Five, I believe it was. Was it Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan. They know what he was doing in Kazakhstan. and I've got to change. I've got to change. And I mean, the whole time he's over there just laughing. You know, he had that funny laugh. You know, sort of like Snurdly the dog. You know, and Moose, he turns and he looks at Possum Breath. You can just hear, because he turned away from the phone, and he goes, I'm going to change it for young Colton's ears. Or he looked over to Possum Breath. He goes, that sucker dropped a line on us. They thought they were getting away with something. It was just so funny. So, yeah, when he got back, you know, here this man's going wall to wall for a friend, and he's doing all this great stuff, helping a friend out, and then his sons roll up in that 59. Wow, couldn't happen to a better guy. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
He's put food and a roof, vehicles on, under, and around a lot of people in his lifetime, because he went out there and he worked hard, and he, like he said, you want to do what I do, you just find something that nobody else wants to do, but people want it done, and you'll make it. So, other than that, I'm gonna make room for Heatwave there, but I do want to say this: I've never seen the Ice Road movie, and they're picking it apart. So, but the thing that come to my mind was, you know, you never heard them pick apart Smokey and the Bandit when they talked about the professional women.
Yeah.
My wife looked over at me and said, "Do they really look like that?" I said, "No, honey, those are actresses. They don't look nothing like that. If they looked like that, I'd probably never make it home." And then I got in trouble.
And you got
But
slapped.
anyway, hey. All right, buddy. Don't buy your wife a cane, even if she needs one, if she finds other uses for it. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. Over and out.
Thank you much. Good to hear from you. Looking about 5 before the hour. And let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. That's our number. There you go. What do you say? Heat wave. Morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Traveling the I-5 here, going to Tracy, and then we're heading to Salt Lake City. Yeah, they got us running now. Last night, I got one complaint and I got one suggestion. I got a complaint against both Penske and Ryder. You know, they do pretty good maintenance on their trucks when it comes to the fluid levels. And they do all right with the tires. But, I mean, anytime you get a vehicle from either one of those rental companies, whatever it says on the odometer, just double it, because them trucks are used just like you wouldn't believe. You know, they was always talking about never buy a rental car from a rental agency.
Yeah.
But at least the rental agencies clean the cars up. And unfortunately, in your case, they didn't put new tires on. But, yeah, I mean, you know, these rental companies, they really don't do much more than just tires and fuel. It's like, the hell with the driver. We're making our money, and that's all that matters to them. So, And the sad thing is, those are the only two that you can get rental vehicles from. So, I don't know. I guess you're just forced to deal with all the goodness of life and all the crap that goes with it, too. So, anyways, that's the end of my rant for that. Hey, listen, I was talking to Big Ed yesterday morning. He called me up, and he had a pretty good idea. He says, you know, for the national anthem and the America the Beautiful, we ought to have Chevy Guy and Eskimo Mom going up there singing them songs right before we do our great wrestling match and barbecue and beer drinking and other shenanigans we're going to have going on at your place. So, yeah, I think that'd be all right. You know, because I'm sure Chevy Guy has a really nice singing voice, and I bet you all that Eskimo Mom has a really sweet singing voice. If we can get those two together, they're going to make some beautiful music up there before all hell comes crashing down on the Moose and Gilligan. Of course, we know Porn Star is going to have his fun with Ginger and Marianne. So, and of course, everyone's going to be happy with the fireworks going off. Be plenty of red beer cups all around, I'm sure. So, I think that would be just an all-time blast.
I think that would be a perfect start to the showdown.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember, folks, bring your lawn chairs and bring some trash bags, because we don't want to trash Steve's place up too bad, because we've got to have a family reunion, radio reunion there at his place on Labor Day. So anyways, I'm sure I'm glad Moose.
All right.
Before crash.
There you go.
Take care of him.
All right, it's almost here after
good night.
all the excitement, all the build-up. It's almost here. It's almost showtime. All right, I got an email I think day before yesterday from Vic. Vic was actually on hold there. We ran out of time last evening. I don't know if he's going to touch on this or not, but he kind of delves into the whole climate change things. And seeing as, the likes of the Weather Channel and all are trying to say that, this unprecedented heat wave it's all because of climate change. We're destroying the planet. Very interesting. As we've learned over the years, Vic's almost like a walking encyclopedia when it comes to American history, but very educated man. We'll share that with you. Coming up here, if you want to jump on in, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Rescue crews pulled 6 more bodies from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. The bodies of 2 children, ages 10 and 4, were among those pulled out on Wednesday. 145 residents of the building remain unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava.
Any loss of life, especially given the unexpected, unprecedented nature of this event, is a tragedy. But the loss of our children is too great to bear.
And former Secretary of State Donald Rumsfeld has died. He's the only person to have served in the position twice, first from 1975 to 77 and again from 2001 to 2006. President George W. Bush praised Rumsfeld in a statement, saying he carried out his duty with strength, skill, and honor. Donald Rumsfeld was 88. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The World Health Organization has recommended that fully vaccinated people should continue to wear masks as protection against the highly infectious Delta variant of the coronavirus. But the CDC has not changed its recommendations that vaccinated people can take off the masks in most situations. Chief White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci says the WHO makes recommendations for the entire planet, and in many countries there are still low vaccination rates combined with a high infection rate. He tells CBS News that's not the issue in the United States.
So it is not comparable to look at what the WHO is recommending for the planet compared to what we in the United States, which have done generally quite well with vaccinations, why the CDC is remaining with their original recommendation that people who are vaccinated do not need to wear a mask indoor or outdoor.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
President Biden is hitting the road to sell the bipartisan infrastructure spending bill to the country, while one Republican senator says he can support the plan with some conditions. Tim Berg reports.
President Biden is hitting the road to pitch his infrastructure plan to the American people. The president spending time Tuesday in La Crosse, Wisconsin, suggesting there would be no coming back for seconds regarding infrastructure when it comes to basic infrastructure spending, such as roads, bridges, and public transportation. Ohio Republican Senator Rob Portman tells CNBC he can get behind the president's bipartisan bill so long as it stays focused on improving the economy.
My hope is that for Democrats, they focus on what's good for the economy, and raising taxes right now, particularly making our country less competitive at a time when we finally have a tax rate for not so much corporations is what I'm concerned about, but the workers, because most of the benefit of the tax cuts went to the workers based on the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office and other economic analysis. We've talked about that in this show before. When you raise those taxes, particularly raising them 5 times higher than we cut them in 2017, it's going to really hurt our workers in terms of wages and benefits and competitiveness.
And the White House is raising wages for federal firefighters as wildfires rage in several western states amid a record-setting heat wave. President Biden saying Wednesday that the federal government will provide bonuses to bump firefighter pay up to $15 an hour and will work with Congress to try to make the wage hike permanent. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, let me jump right back into it here on a Thursday morning. Welcome to the month of July in the Central Time Zone. 12:06 Central Time, and the rest will be joining us as we progress through the late night, early morning hours. And I guess somewhere discussion about climate change prompted Vic to share this. He said, Steve, there is a phenomenon of oxygen loss occurring in water bodies around the world that baffles scientists. The climate change crowd immediately blame greenhouse gases while refusing to investigate other causes. A distant relative was a shellfish marshal in Massachusetts. Yes, there really is such a position. The area he was in actually allowed septic tanks and discharge into the marshes, which destroyed shellfish beds. The discharge released greenhouse gases, but it also causes abnormal bacteria and vegetative growth. Now, when I saw this article, it kind of reminded me of when a professor almost failed me in my senior genetics course because my fruit fly experiment didn't meet the predicted outcomes of the original progenitors I was given. Thankfully, the professor was not close-minded. He agreed to actually count the fruit flies rather than rely on the predicted outcomes. He was surprised, dismayed, and confused as to why the results were not as predicted. 54 years later, a possible answer. Fruit flies are promiscuous until they discover the male with the best hormone scent, or pheromone, as we call it. They store sperm in case the female can't find a suitable male, in which case she fertilizes herself. This is my problem with the man-made climate change crowd. They fixate on one cause. There are regular warming and cooling cycles on this planet. Mass extinctions occur at the end of these cycles. These have been occurring long before modern-day chemicals and burning of fossil fuels. I mean, there are graphs going back 250 million years showing how Earth would reach a certain level of carbon emissions and then reverse. In 1750, carbon emissions did not reverse. And in 1850, it actually accelerated, supposedly coinciding with the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. The problem is, the Industrial Revolution began with wind and water power, driving line shaft factory machinery with pulleys on belt-driven shafts. While steam engines were present, they were not widely popular until railroads were developed. Even then, I doubt the engines were of sufficient quantity to drive climate change. Instead of doing serious research into all the possible causes, it's useful to those in power to diagnose an extremely simple cause. I was one of those hoodwinked into believing there was serious inquiry into climate change back in the early 1970s when deserts were expanding at a time weather modification warfare was being used, which has since been banned by treaties. Today there's increased volcanic activity, earthquakes, and now mysterious oxygen depletion in bodies of water. All precursors of mass extinction events. Now we've got this so-called mystery disease that's killing birds. It could be mycotoxins in cheap bird feed. It could be a virus or a bacteria that is mutated. An increase maybe in poisonous vegetation. It could be contaminated water. At any rate, science requires freely investigating problems by developing hypotheses, to research each hypothesis without fear. Surely COVID-19 should have taught us that much. All right, thank you very much. Good to have you with us, Vic. Thanks for sharing, but very interesting, yeah. Haven't really heard anything about the oxygen depletion. But yeah, no matter what happens negatively in the environment in this modern era, it all immediately goes to climate change, a.k.a. greenhouse gas emissions. That's the only thing it could possibly be. Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. There's a bunch of fruit flies in this world. Nancy, Harry, Megan. I could just keep on. Paris. The list is endless there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Fat Albert is no longer in jail, man. Did you see that today?
I did. Yeah, isn't that something?
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens with all that there. He'll wind up getting a bunch of money from the state if they jailed him for the wrong reasons there. So, and I sent you an article early this morning there, or yesterday morning there. That dumbass that run into the end of that Jersey wall.
Yes, sir.
He survived that wreck, see?
Really?
Yeah, he sure is. He didn't hit the side of that Jersey wall. He hit the end of it. Flipped his truck over. Well, he's out of a job now. He ain't got no truck no more because it burned it to the ground there. And that was all the excitement over there in Texarkana yesterday morning there. So I was glad I got through all that mess there. I called 911 on them there and they got them out there. So that was crazy. I figured that man was dead. When you hit that Jersey wall at 80 miles an hour, because I was doing 70 when he passed me, so I figured he had to be at least doing 80. And then he hit that wall, man. That made me want to retire right there. So
yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna get back in the yard over here, and I'll call you a little later on. I still got a little more work to do. I gotta back this trailer in, and whatever this is, I think it's a load of nightgowns or something. Them hospital nightgowns there that show the crack of your butt back there. So I'll let somebody else deliver it tomorrow. I'll call you a little later on tonight.
All right, Knucklebuster, thanks for checking in. Yeah, he really thought he had witnessed a fatal about 1:30, just over 24 hours ago. He was kind of distraught when he called in after witnessing that. But it's amazing. Why was the guy doing 80 miles per hour? Knucklebuster said when he passed him, it kind of seemed like he was just going all over the road, like he thought he might have fallen asleep at the wheel or something. But hey, I did get an email from Kentucky Ken, and he said, thanks for all the information through the night last night. Yeah, I know your son's a police officer, too. I'll have 33 years, August the 10th. And it's getting close to being my time to let the younger men and women carry on this vocation. As I advised, prior to law enforcement, I did drive truck for a living, and I loved doing it. I'll be listening again tonight. Thanks again. Stay safe. You're more than welcome, Kentucky Ken, but after all those years, you're ready to get back out on the road, really? Let's see. I got a follow-up in regards to the accident there in New Jersey on I-78. He said, it's still shut down. I've been sitting here for 90 minutes now. So, again, he said it may be shut down for hours. Couple of trucks, and then there was fire involved as well. So, all right, looking at 16 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. It's that time again, the Goodyear Highway Heroes being recognized. In most years, that all takes place in late March or early April, when all the finalists, they get brought into Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show, and they have their gathering there Thursday night, and the writers and whatnot all vote on who their pick for the highway hero would be. And we typically get to interview them and meet them there at the show. But, of course, we didn't have a Mid-America in 2020, and we're not having a Mid-America in 21. So all we get to do is just kind of share their stories, which we will do. Meanwhile, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
They've got kind of, I guess you'd call it the Reader's Digest condensed version of the stories of the finalist. Goodyear Highway Heroes. Goodyear recognizing trucking super Samaritans. They start with a guy by the name of Mike Skiotis. I believe that's the way you pronounce it, Skiotis. Mike stepped between a woman and a gunman that was trying to kill her. Mike's standoff held the gunman at bay until the woman could flee to the safety of his truck. He then raced against the raging gunman who was on a self-described murder-suicide mission. With his truck, Mike performed a pincher movement in coordination with another trucker to outmaneuver the gunman until police arrived. Jason Hart is the next individual. His trial by fire saved an entire family. He watched a truck T-bone a minivan, and as the van caught fire, he leapt into action to rescue the passengers. He tore the car doors off the flaming vehicle, rescued a mother holding her baby. Then he went back for the husband and their 3 other children. Kenneth Bass on the list here watched a car plunge off a bridge, to which he leapt into action. Literally, he began a series of river dives performed in the dead of night to rescue a driver from his car as it sank. His exceptional courage and quick action saved the driver's life that night. Yeah, the famous Good Samaritan is remembered for pausing on the road to save a life. It's from the famous parable that we're given. The most important rule to govern humankind: love your neighbor as yourself. The golden rule. We grow up letting that guide us, shape the way we view and treat others. And oftentimes out on the road, it's truck drivers who rise above and then go beyond our reasonable hope of aid or kindness as they follow this rule. Truckers are called the guardians of the highway for a reason. And every single year, Goodyear honors a few of these drivers that have put their own life in danger to save others. Goodyear's Highway Hero program started in 1983. Over the years, a pattern has emerged. Time and time again, year after year, drivers prove their willingness to give their lives for others. Drivers have been recognized for tearing flaming car doors off with their bare hands, with explosives nearby, entering vehicles to rescue families as their cars dangle precariously from trees or bridges or cliffs, saving victims from human trafficking, once by organizing a 10-strong convoy of trucks turned into moving billboards that had images of children that needed to be rescued. Every year, for their extraordinary heroism, 3 drivers are honored as finalists at a press conference at the Mid-America Truck Show. Cash prizes, certificates. A Highway Hero of the Year then is recognized and gets some additional prizes, more cash and whatnot. But all right, there's your 3 finalists for 2021, I guess it is. And one final tidbit in this industry update: police are searching for the owners of a flock of homing pigeons. Do what? Yes, I said homing pigeons that caused the shutdown of an interstate in Florida Tuesday night. This was in Volusia County on Interstate 95, about 11 o'clock in the evening. According to Click Orlando News, the Highway Patrol began receiving calls reporting 500 white doves flying at cars on I-95 near International Speedway Boulevard, near the exit there. So Volusia County Animal Services, the Highway Patrol, the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission responded, shutting down the exit ramp for 3 full hours as they worked to round up the stray birds. Since then, officials have determined that the birds were actually homing pigeons, most likely escaped from a crate that may be busted open after falling out of a truck, because the pigeons typically roost at night. The sudden fall and the bright lights of oncoming traffic confused the birds, sending them flying into traffic. More than 70 pigeons had been recovered. They're in the custody of Volusia County Animal Services, but the owners yet to be found. So police are kind of asking for the public's health in returning the birds to their home. The birds are not marked or banded in any way. According to the animal control officer, our job is to help animals find their way home. I don't care if they're covered in fur or scales or, in this case, feathers. We're hoping someone out there might have some information on where these birds came from or the truck that might have been carrying them. Yeah, homing pigeons aren't quite as common as dogs or cats, but they are cared about by someone out there. And our hope is to get them back to the rightful owner. Who's missing a flock of homing pigeons? Hey, well, we got, would that be bass backwards?
Did you find my pigeons?
Is that you? You're missing your pigeons?
Yeah, I'm missing some pigeons. Anyway, what's your damn screen say this time? I'm just curious. I did it a different way. I just want to see what it did.
Max Ackridge?
Well, it's a simple concept. I don't know what the deal is. It says state your name, and it says why you're calling. This time I didn't even say why I was calling. I just said Bass Ackridge. So, anyway. Number 5, Steve.
Number 5, and that's, you know what?
Notice for that.
That's pretty much the reason I surmised it was bass backwards, because I see, okay, I don't recognize the name. That's 5 calls. I bet that's bass backwards. So I got you.
Oh, I'm heading. Okay. Yes. You know what? I guess money talks and bull crap walks, don't it?
Yeah.
I'd say a judge has got pretty rich by now, and some lawyers, to be honest with you, to get out of that one. But if there would have been anybody else, not a celebrity or somebody, you know, it probably never happened. I don't ever hear any of those getting out. But anyway, I'm on my way. I'm in Portland, on my way up here to the slums I was talking about, you know, where everybody lives on the damn interstate. But there's an exit I get off up there at 307 that takes you over to Jubit's. A lot of truck drivers know where it's at. Anyway, when you get off there, you come down the ramp and there's damn freaking, you know, tents everywhere. I mean, these people got damn bicycles, shopping carts, baby toys, everything they could sell or trade. It's just crap everywhere. Some of them's got cars. Well, anyway, by this one tent, there's probably 5 or 6 tents connected there. There's a nice car sitting in front of them. Cops were there looking at it. This goes back a 3 weeks ago. I told my wife, I said, you know what? That's a nice-ass car, and I don't see any of those guys owning that. I bet they stole it. So I bet you another thing, too. There's so much crap going on in this state. Cops got bigger fish to fry. They ain't even going to worry about it. They don't even want to deal with it. You know what I mean? That's just minor to them nowadays. Up here, that is minor to them up here, you know. The bigger fish to fry. I came back the next week because I've been coming up here. We got off that exit. There's that same car, Steve, burnt to the damn ground. Brand new, burnt to the ground, right next to the same tent. Still sitting there. I'll be going by it again. It might still be sitting there. And I got up there in Sacramento not long ago, and they got this damn place real close to Sacramento. It's got like a lagoon. It's got a big field. It's got this concrete, I don't know, lagoon. If water runs through it. And I bet you there was probably 300 tents in there. You think he was in Cambodia or something. I don't know. Then I hear today that San Francisco borrowed another $15 to $18 million. They're going to put up another 200 tents. They already got 250. So that's going to be 450 tents on the outside of San Francisco. All this is due to liberals, and I just don't understand why these people up there just keep voting liberals. Like Donald Trump told the black people, what do you got to lose? Why don't you vote for me? And they did. Some of them, you know, he got quite a bit of votes. But why don't Democrats up in San Francisco, L.A., Portland, Oregon, New York, why don't they give a Republican a chance once in a while? You know, what the hell they got to lose? Wouldn't that be the same scenario?
You would certainly think. I mean, when you have the history, the years and years and decades in many cases of things not working out well with your Democrat leadership, what do you got to lose for crying out loud? Give it a shot. Hey, we got to pause there, though. News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Rescue crews pulled 6 more bodies from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. The bodies of 2 children, ages 10 and 4, were among those pulled out on Wednesday. 145 residents of the building remain unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava.
Any loss of life, especially given the unexpected, unprecedented nature of this event, is a tragedy. But the loss of our children is too great to bear.
And comedian Bill Cosby has been released from prison after his conviction for sexual assault was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. In its decision, the court wrote that Cosby's due process rights were violated when he was prosecuted a decade after a previous prosecutor declined to charge him in exchange for his testimony in a civil proceeding. That testimony was later used against him in his criminal trial. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I suppose some of our listening friends could give us a full report. Are you seeing more traffic out there yet? There are many that kind of get an early jump on the Independence Day weekend. I would suspect highways are probably going to be busier today. Friday, obviously, very, very busy. Probably the biggest travel day. Here are some of the numbers from AAA. This 4th of July weekend is going to break pre-pandemic records. It also is probably going to bring some headaches if you're heading out. According to experts, AAA estimates almost 50 million people will travel over the holiday weekend. 43.6 million will take to the highways. 3.5 million will take to the air. 620,000 people slated to take a cruise. That's about 13 million more travelers than we saw last year during the height of the pandemic. According to a spokesman for AAA, road trips provide a sense of freedom and more control over the duration of your trip. Even more expensive gas is not going to deter many people from a road trip. I mean, many people have waited over a year for this. If anything, motorists more likely would cut back on other expenses like lodging and dining out to maybe offset the higher cost of fuel. And yes, you are paying more. Gas prices are the highest they've been in 7 years. National average for a gallon of regular at $3.09 compared to $3.04 last week and $2.17 a gallon last year. Gas prices have shot up this year. Even still, Americans are eager to travel. Higher gas prices not going to deter them from taking a trip. Higher gas prices, heavy traffic, not the only headaches you may face. Cooped up during the pandemic, eagerly returns to a sense of normalcy. Travelers are going to face rental car, hotel, and airline staff shortages. Airline travel has risen by double digits each month this year. January, with the passenger count up March, 41% from February. An estimated 1.8 million people traveling in June, up 200,000 from the month of May. So pack the necessities and don't forget to pack your patience when you head out on your journeys this weekend. Now, as far as air travel is concerned, now more than ever, you need to arrive early. They're talking 2 to 3 hours before your flight to ensure you can get to the gate on time. All right. That's the air travel. They don't have enough TSA. They're looking to hire several thousand additional TSA employees right now around the country. So they tell us the lines are really lengthy, especially at some of the busier airports. I think Atlanta's been kind of a real nightmare. Obviously, places like New York's LaGuardia, Dulles and D.C. and all right, Bass Ackwards, thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, I'm just so grateful that Joe Biden says we can have a barbecue around 4th of July and probably take them masks off. What an achievement. I'm so grateful. Oh, man, I tell you, I'd like to tell, I was in a damn truck stop here in Oregon, close to the Washington line right there. I was in there and they still wear a mask, and I said, you know what, back in Tennessee, I said, we've been barbecuing for a long damn time. Their kids still back in school. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you people up here. I guess you voted for Biden, didn't you? Oh, yeah. I said, well, you know what? He said we can have a barbecue coming around the 4th of July. Are you guys really excited about that? Yeah, I guess. Well, we've been having a barbecue a long time, man, so I don't know what the hell's wrong with you people. But anyway, they took off. Hey, Denny said not long ago, they reached the milestone, they get rid of the mask, and 2-3 days later, he's wearing 2 damn masks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. These damn people are just putting on a big show. Have you ever seen that damn mayor up in Chicago? She's saying that things are getting actually better. So, as far as crime and stuff.
Lightfoot? No, I mean, I haven't.
Oh, yeah.
I thought she's saying it's out of control. Last week, she was asking for federal help.
Yeah, it wasn't long, but it was either before that or after that. She said that's actually getting better. I mean, just a few people, a few less people died on the streets, so that's getting better. That's a damn war zone up there. But anyway, if you ever get a look at her, she looks like Beetlejuice. You ever see a picture of her?
Yes.
She's
frightening.
Well, say it.
Downright
she looks like
frightening
Beetlejuice
looking.
or not.
Yes, she does.
Okay. Then she says she's not going to have any. She's not going to have any white reporters interviewing her, asking her any questions.
Yep.
Well, hell, I don't know if she's married to one or she's dating. She's dating a white chick. They live together. And you heard of Don Lemon, the worst journalist, if that's what you want to call him, in the news. Anyway, he says white men are the problem in this country. Well, hell, he sleeps for one. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You see where these weird ass Democrats are going? I don't understand these weird ass people, and I don't understand what they think that people can't see this. They're so freaking ignorant and so used to this perverted bullcrap that they go through. They act like it's nothing every day, and people still vote for them. They'll never vote for a Republican because it's just like a sin or something to vote for a Republican. Another thing I want to mention, I won't hold you up too long. I read something else on Facebook about this insurrection. I got a friend on Facebook, he's arguing with me, oh yeah, Trump tried to take over the government. I'll say, really? One person got shot, and that was Barney Five. He shot that lady that was in the military. They're saying it might have been the same. They won't mention who the damn cop is. They're saying it's probably the same cop that left his damn gun in the bathroom when someone found it. Barney Five.
Yeah.
So he probably got nervous and just shot that lady, without thinking. But anyway, then I was reading in there that there's like 20 or 25 of those people that's been arrested that's never been charged. And everybody's wondering why haven't they been charged? Because there was a couple FBI agents involved in that deal, and they were communicating with one another. And I think that's where some people that was implanted in there to make the deal look worse. You know what I'm saying? And those FBI agents, did you hear anything about that part?
That is one of the theories going around. We haven't got a definitive answer to that question yet. Probably never will.
No, you will not. And another thing, I'm just wondering who's going to reach the finish line when it comes to retiring, me or Knucklebuster there. Who's going to be first? If he just got his license renewed again, so he's got 4 years. I don't know, 6. I don't know what the hell he's got in the state, but I'm wondering if he's going to stay 4 years or he's going to be gone a couple of years. Did he ever say?
I don't think I didn't say how long his renewal's for, but typically it's 4 years, right?
Yeah, right.
Yep. That's what I'll assume. Maybe he'll dial us back up in that loneliest hour. Maybe he can give us the details. Someone last evening on the program brought up, have you heard about this driver retention pay? I think it was Horse Feathers that brought that up. Yeah, anyway, Mercury Man says, hey, Steve, Mercury Man checking in. We got these memos a few months ago about driver retention pay. And if you're a new driver, you'll get a $10,000 bonus in the first 6 months. You'll receive $5,000 in the next 6 months. Then you'll receive the other $5,000. $20,000 total. Also, they've put a stop to the new artificial intelligence cameras that we don't know why, but our suspicion is the union boys up north don't like them. He sent me some photoshops of the actual memos. I won't say what the company is, but that's, in other words, if we hire you in and if you're willing to stay, that's some pretty significant bonus, $20,000 in a year's time. All right, who's next up here? Tell you what, we need to get our quick, short time out here, and then we'll come back. What it says on the screen is low jack diesel running backwards, whatever the hell that means. We'll see who that is just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, jump back at it here. Let's see who's next on the line. You tell me who it is. Low Jack?
This is Hobo Jack.
Hobo Jack. How you been, Hobo Jack? Yeah, we haven't heard from you in a while.
Yes, well, thank you for remembering that, and I'm doing fine. I ran into a rather elderly gentleman that came from the same small town that I do, and he was in the military and said that he was on a troop carrying bus sort of outfit thing back, I think, in the 50s or 60s, and they went through some high water. I believe it was down south, doesn't matter. But he said they had, the thing was very large, and he said the Air Force guys hung out with each other, and the Army guys hung out with each other. He said the Navy guys all hung out in the back of the bus. And the Navy guys, all of a sudden, after he went through some pretty deep water, said, everybody, you need to get off the bus, or we need to roll down the windows, etc., because fumes are coming in. The diesel is running backwards. And nobody had ever heard of that before. And they said that the sailors knew that because of the propellers on the ships occasionally would somehow get running backwards and back fumes up into the engine area or what have you. I'm not sure. And I'd never heard of that. He said he'd never had either. And I said, I know exactly the people to ask.
Yeah, because I've never heard of it.
Yeah. So if anybody out there has ever heard of a diesel engine running backwards and creating fumes, whether it be on a ship or a truck or what have you, by blocking the exhaust, I believe that was the key factor. The other thing is I'd like to give a shout out to Kyle, who never sleeps. I was up there in Mount Gilead here a few weeks ago, and they just treated me like a king. And wonderful, wonderful experience. Gave me a hat and all kinds of little stickers and the little calendars, which I have to get more of because I've been handing them out. I've been telling everybody about how the fuel additive on my 2018 Chevy Silverado now reads at the bottom of the dial, best mileage ever is 29.9. And I invite everybody to come into the cab and look at it. And hopefully you've got a few more customers on the fuel additive side of it anyway.
All right. That's great. Yeah. So, yeah, I talked to Kyle about, a week ago, and he mentioned somebody had stopped by, and he said, was trying to remember, and he said, it was that guy that Big Moose gave the nickname to. What was it? Yeah, it's Hobo Jack. Yeah.
Yeah, I gave him a map to get to. I don't know if you've gotten that or not of the U.S. highway system.
He mentioned you left something there for me. I haven't got it yet. No.
Okay. You will, and I think you'll enjoy it.
That's awesome. I'll look forward to it.
All righty. Well, if anybody knows on the diesel running backwards, I'm dying to know.
Diesel running backwards. Okay. Yeah, we learn something new every day. Let me share this one with you. That's one thing when you've got the whole debate about people identifying as a man when they're actually a woman and vice versa, and using the varying respective restroom facilities. Let me lay this one on you. In the state of Iowa, there's a public pool complex in Pella that apparently permitted a biological female teen to walk around the facility topless and enter the men's and the boys' changing facilities because apparently she identifies as a male. This took place on June the 16th. According to the Standard, according to several people at the Aquatic Center, the incident did indeed happen, and Aquatic Center policy allows it to happen. An assistant manager at the facility told the outlet, the policy says that anyone can wear the clothing necessary in line with their gender identity rather than biological sex. The policy, according to the manager, was set by the city council. A local resident says, when brought to the facility's attention, they explained there's nothing they could do about it, that state law protects this biological female, allowing her to walk around exposing herself to all the families enjoying the facility. The facility's afraid that if they act to require her to cover, they would face legal backlash. Now, this is where, she makes a valid point. I think it's appalling this could actually be state law, because if someone were to take a picture, this would not be viewed as some boy at the pool in his swim shorts. It would be a topless female, and technically, at the age, it would be considered child pornography. Yeah. It doesn't say 15, 16, what the age of, it just says a female teenager. The center's general rules are available on the city's website, but do not contain any information about gender identity whatsoever. A portion of the rules read, the Pella Aquatic Center is a family-friendly facility. Inappropriate behavior, language, or attire are not permitted and will be grounds for refusing admission or removal from the facility without a refund. Tuesday, KNIA-FM reported on a statement that the city had issued in regards to the issue. The Pella Aquatic Center. The city has received concerns related to the swimming attire of a patron who recently visited the center. We have reviewed the matter with legal counsel and no further action will be taken. The city considers this matter concluded. The city of Pella operates its facilities consistent with state and federal law, which prohibits discrimination against any patron or participant on the basis of race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin, religion, or disability. This past day, the station reported that a special Tuesday meeting of the city council heard several comments from area residents. The meeting apparently was at capacity. Multiple individuals following along outside and more than 200 watching the online stream. Several residents and regular visitors of the Pella Aquatic Center spoke out against the policies that are in place at the pool. I don't know. No idea what the teen biological female looks like. Whether she has well-endowed breasts or not much of anything there, but obviously it was enough for people to tell that's a woman. It's not a boy. That's the world we live in. That's all I know. I don't know if she was a decent-looking girl. Most of the guys probably wouldn't have complained, would they? It's typical guys. With that, we're up to news update. Top of the hour has arrived. We got much more to cover, though. Interesting. I knew you'd like that. And we'll get back to your calls just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. Make our way into a Thursday, first day of July coming on here. Hard to believe. While it feels much like the dog days of summer in parts of the country, many areas in the heart of the country in the eastern U.S., those days are yet to come. But they're just around the corner. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Rescue crews pulled 6 more bodies from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. The bodies of 2 children, ages 10 and 4, were among those pulled out on Wednesday. 145 residents of the building remain unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava.
Any loss of life, especially given the unexpected, unprecedented nature of this event, is a tragedy. But the loss of our children is too great to bear.
And comedian Bill Cosby has been released from prison after his conviction for sexual assault was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. In its decision, the court wrote that Cosby's due process rights were violated when he was prosecuted a decade after a previous prosecutor declined to charge him in exchange for his testimony in a civil proceeding. That testimony was later used against him in his criminal trial. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The defense community is in mourning over the passing of former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who passed away at the age of 88. John Clemens reports.
Donald Rumsfeld was the youngest defense secretary, serving at age 43 in the Gerald Ford administration. Then from 2001 to 2006 in the George W. Bush cabinet to become the oldest.
He was the only person to ever serve twice as defense secretary, and he did that decades apart.
That is Hope Sack of Military.com, who shares the most vivid memory she has of Mr. Rumsfeld.
Unbelievable moment of him basically giving the press briefing from the Pentagon and answering questions and saying there are bodies still being carried out of the building when the Pentagon itself was attacked.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden is hitting the road to sell the bipartisan infrastructure spending bill to the country, while one Republican senator says he can support the plan with some conditions. Tim Berg has more.
President Biden is hitting the road to pitch his infrastructure plan to the American people. The president spending time Tuesday in La Crosse, Wisconsin, suggesting there would be no coming back for seconds regarding infrastructure when it comes to basic infrastructure spending, such as roads, bridges, and public transportation. Ohio Republican Senator Rob Portman tells CNBC he can get behind the president's bipartisan bill so long as it stays focused on improving the economy.
My hope is that for Democrats, they focus on what's good for the economy, and raising taxes right now, particularly making our country less competitive at a time when we finally have a tax rate for not so much corporations is what I'm concerned about, but the workers, because most of the benefit of the tax cuts went to the workers based on the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office and other economic analysis. We talked about that in the show before. When you raise those taxes, particularly raising them 5 times higher than we cut them in 2017, it's going to really hurt our workers in terms of wages and benefits and competitiveness.
And Mississippi State has won the College World Series, defeating Vanderbilt 9-0 in the deciding Game 3 of the championship series. Bulldog pitchers combined for a one-hitter against the defending national champions. It's not only the first national championship for the baseball program, but the first national title for any athletic program at the school. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now to go back at it here as we roll on into the Thursday, almost said Friday. Getting ahead of myself here. Thursday morning. Just a heads up. I know tomorrow, Friday, would be the first Friday in the month of July, to which normally Chris Gabrelchik, the big boss man there at Hot Shot Secret, would be joining us live on the program. Not tomorrow night. We're going to reschedule. So we'll let you know when we get that confirmed, when Chris will join us for the month of July. Yeah, all I know is I'm told, I guess much like myself, 4th of July is a big time of year for Chris. Always does, almost like a week-long celebration thing there at the headquarters in Mount Gilead. So many times over the years, see, what's your favorite holiday? And I don't know, for me, oftentimes, most of the time, it's like, well, yeah, 4th of July's got to be top of my list. Yeah, Christmas would be like number 2. Then, I don't know, Thanksgiving maybe number 3. It's just, 4th of July, it's favorite time of year. Summertime, because everybody knows I'm not a fan of the cold weather. Of course, both Thanksgiving, the cold's coming. Christmas in this part of the country, you never know. It may be 60 degrees one Christmas and 6 degrees the next Christmas. But, well, there you go. Let's get back to the phones here. And would this be the Northern Kentucky Hillbilly?
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
It's the first time I've ever called your show. I've listened since it was the original Bozo, I think back in about 84, 85, I believe.
Yep, that's when it started. Yep, sure enough.
When I lost you on the old station, I was pretty upset. Got rid of them, didn't listen to them anymore, and flipping through the channels here on my long drive down to Louisville, and just happened to hear a commercial, flipping through the channels that you're on here, and found you, and downloaded the app last week, and listen to you now from 12 to 5 every day.
Well, that was the plan.
Great program.
I believe that they just started airing that this week. Did you hear that on the old location? Did you hear that there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the idea was to let, because there's thousands of people just like yourself that aren't aware. So I'm glad to hear that people are hearing it, getting the message. Yeah. For those, I haven't mentioned it, but the old Home 20 there at WLW. We've cut some spots that are running advertising the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hi, I'm back, and this is where you can find us at overnightdriveradio.com. Yep.
I'm so glad I did, because I just happened to be flipping through channels, because I got a dead spot here on the way to Louisville every day, and you can get the AM station, so I just happened to flip at the right time, right at the commercial. I was like, wow, I pulled right over and downloaded the app, and it's been great. I'll tell you, I just love listening to you. I love listening to all the guys. My only person I would really love to talk to in person one time is Monkey Gouger. I tell you, he cracks me up whenever I hear him talk.
Yep. And he's back with us. He checks in here and there. He called in earlier this week.
Yep. And I'm going to be going on a Hot Shot Secret website there. I'm going to be ordering some stuff here for the first time, and give the product a try and see how it goes.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you on a cell phone? Is that what you're on right now?
Yes, I am.
All right, so I can take your number down here, and you can receive a text message on that line?
Yep.
Well, how about I hook you up with a $60 code to get your first $60 worth of stuff from hotshotsecret.com for free?
Oh, man, that'd be awesome.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm so glad you found us. Pass the word along to others you may know that used to listen to the program.
Oh, I definitely will.
Trying to build our audience back up. All right. Well, that's great. Yeah, so just watch your text message the next day or two, and we'll get you a code. And thank you so much and then you'll have to call in sometime and let us know how the products work.
I sure will. I appreciate everything you do, and I love listening to you, and I'll be a lifelong fan.
All right. Well, don't be a stranger. Check in anytime. Northern Kentucky Hillbilly. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so the message is getting out, right? Army, long time no talk. How you been?
Oh, just running around, doing my thing, just been doing other stuff, listening to other stuff, and then pop back in. And Heard Boxcar or the what's his name? The guy from earlier talking about that bus and the engine running backwards.
Hobo
That
Jack.
brought me back to West Germany.
Yeah, Hobo Jack.
Yeah, Hobo Jack.
You heard of such a thing? Is that real?
Yeah, that heard of? How about experienced and had to replace the engine?
Really?
I was over in West Germany. We went on an alert. This would have been 89, just maybe a few months before the wall came down. And one of those, 3 a.m, Monday morning type things. We've been up late Sunday night drinking heavily and polishing the floors and jiffying up the barracks. And one of our two main service trucks, we had 2 U.S. Army issued Deuce and a half M35s with straight six Continentals in them. Both of them had boxes built on the beds for storage of tools and other accoutrements necessary to a maintenance section operating in the field. One was bumper numbered Service 41. The other was bumper number Service 49, or 45 rather. Well, interesting note that morning was, we loaded up Service 41 with all our gear, and we all got climbed into the back. And then a fart war started, and we all masked up, and we gagged out our sergeants. But those are poor sergeants, so I felt so bad for them afterward. But when we got out to our local training area, one of our sergeants mentioned that Service 45 had oil puked out of the oil pan into the intake, into the air filter. And during AIT, this had been mentioned. It was how they covered it in such a fashion during tech school, AIT. There are some, or used to be some, how do I put this? Maritime, I guess, marine engines that were built to be able to run run backward. In other words, the oil pump would work either direction, so that you could directly hook a prop shaft and a screw onto the ass end of it, and if you needed to reverse the screws, you just reverse the engine. And this goes back all the way to some of the very first diesel engines ever made and put into marine use, big ships. And some, I guess, maybe still do that, or still built to do that. But the oil pump works either direction. But in a truck, that's not very smart. And what brought that on was the operator, one of our mechanics, that morning had said that when he hit the start button on the truck, the engine fired up, coughed, wheezed, and then died, and then fired back up again. Only that tachometer wasn't showing the engine RPM as he revved the engine. And when he put it in first gear, the truck started to back up. So he threw it into reverse and drove it in reverse from the back motor pool to the front to the shop to load it up. And then when we got out to the field, that's when we found the oil in the intake. And we found out that, that engine had started up backwards and had been run from the back motor pool to the front motor pool, a distance of about maybe a quarter of a mile in full reverse, and had barfed pretty much half the engine oil back out the intake. And, it was sucking air through the exhaust. What that led to was oil deprivation in the lower end. It had a rod knock by the time we got out to the field. They've been driving it with the engine running forward all the way out to the field to the field site, and it ran with a rod knock all the way back to the motor pole, but it had deprived one or more of the main bearings in the bottom end. I think it was a couple of piston rods, probably spun a bearing. Either way, we had to replace the engine.
Wow.
So
I
got to be one of the
So they can run backwards, but they ain't gonna last long if they do.
Right. If it's a truck or a bus engine, a land engine, basically, it can run backwards, or the old school mechanical could run backwards. But no, it ain't good for it, and no, it won't last long. You run a pretty high chance of screwing it up permanently, and or you're gonna have to tear it down and overhaul it just to fix it. If it does start up backwards, runs for a couple of seconds, maybe a couple of minutes, you should be okay. Just shut it off and then restart it.
Yeah.
And make sure it's running forward. And hopefully it doesn't spin it didn't spin a bearing or something major go down. But if that does happen and you run it, you're an idiot. But just saying.
That's fascinating.
Just saying, don't do it. Whatever you do, just don't do it.
So I guess it's going to be the old school. It's going to be the old school stuff, like you said, the marine and old mechanical engines and modern stuff. It ain't going to happen, right?
Primarily in the modern age, I wouldn't think it would happen because we got too many sensors that would put it into instant stop mode.
Mm-hmm.
I would think some of your earlier electronically controlled engines could start up backwards conceivably. So we're talking like circa 2000, late 90s, 2000 up to about 03. But your post 03 engines, I don't think could start up backwards, or they could, but the ECM would sense that, something was wrong and tell you to shut it off.
Shut her down.
Because oil pressure ain't going to be present. That's what you need to look out for is no oil pressure. It's running, no oil pressure, and a negative deflection of your tachometer. So in other words, where the needle would normally be pointing to 1,000 RPM, it won't be pointing to anything.
You're stuck on zero.
Because it's running backwards. Right. It'll zero your tach. Your oil pressure will be negative because it'll be sucking oil rather than pushing it because your oil pump's running backwards. And, that's your first indication it's running backwards. When the ECM figures that out, especially in these newer modern trucks, when the ECM figures that out, it's gonna go completely haywire. Yeah. Oh my God! And it's probably going to tell you to shut the engine off or shut it off for you.
Shut it off automatically.
And hopefully save your engine. But that's bad news in a land vehicle. Also, shameless plug for your boss. This thing needed a half quart of oil last week. I'm in a 17 Cascadia with a DD15 in it. So I popped into a Flying J and bought a half gallon of that stiction eliminator and dumped it down the filler neck. And holy smokes, I didn't think this DD15 needed it, but I was wrong. It's actually running a whole lot more smoothly than it has since I've had this truck, about a year, almost 2 years now. So, yay!
All right,
Hot shot secret.
There you go. It does what it says it will do. All right, next time we got Kristen, you got to share that with us. Had a couple of people commented on the discussion board saying, Robert says, diesel will run backwards if for some reason it's turned backwards. Like if you shut it off and it happens to roll back from the compression in a cylinder, it could actually fire in the wrong direction. Evans says, I saw a diesel run backwards. A driver backed into a lake and got water in the motor through the exhaust, and it started running backwards. Okay, there you go. Country Bumpkin checking in from Decatur, Illinois. Got a KC turn and burn. Good to have you with us. Robert says, what is the app? All right. If you have an iPhone, you go to the Apple iStore, I guess it is. You type in overnightdriveradio.com. Don't forget the .com, overnightdriveradio.com. Obviously, for the Android, whatever the App Store there is, it's, again, the same. Go to the App Store, overnightdriveradio.com. It's absolutely free. You can activate notifications, and when I hit that stream button about 2 minutes before midnight, Monday through Friday morning, you'll actually get a ding on your phone, a notification. You just push a button. Push the button there, and the show's up and running live, midnight to 5. Get a quick time out. We return with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Who knows what happens when it all blows up. But Sylvester sent me a link to the latest, Dateline headline, July 1, 2021. Of course, I don't have how many hours ahead of us they are in China. But the Reuters report cites Chinese President Xi pledging on Thursday to complete, quote, reunification with self-ruled Taiwan, vowing to smash any attempts at formal independence, which drew an immediate stern rebuke from Taipei, lambasting the Communist Party as a dictatorship. Of course, we all know China considers democratically ruled Taiwan its own territory, which has been stepping up efforts under Xi to assert its sovereignty claims. Regular flights by fighter jets and bombers close to the island, solving the Taiwan question and realizing the complete reunification of the motherland are the unswerving historical tasks of the Chinese Communist Party and the common aspiration of all Chinese people, says Chinese President Xi, this was a speech on the 100th birthday of the Communist Party, the ruling Communist Party there in China. 100th birthday. He says, quote, all sons and daughters of China, including compatriots on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, must work together and move forward in solidarity, resolutely smashing any Taiwan independence plots. To which Taiwan's China Policymaking Mainland Affairs Council said, while the Communist Party had achieved certain economic development, it remains a dictatorship that trampled on people's freedom and should embrace democracy instead. Its historical decision-making errors and persistent harmful actions have caused serious threats to regional security. Taiwan's people have rejected the One China principle, which states the island is part of China, and Beijing should abandon its military intimidation and talk with Taipei on an equal footing. So, I guess for the 100th celebration of the Chinese Communist Party, got to do some more saber rattling. Tensions running high. That's the latest, though. Thank you, Sylvester, for sharing that. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. Hey, quick before we talk about the diesels running backwards, I heard on one of your news things there that our president is going to give our firefighters out there on the West Coast fighting the forest fires a bonus to give them at least $15 an hour pay. Can you imagine that they're out there? Do you think if somebody deserves $15 an hour out of anybody in this country, do you think it's the people out there fighting those forest fires, not the guy wanting to be down there at McDonald's being a Whopper flopper? Well, what the heck's up with that?
I can't imagine. I mean, do they pay them less than $15 an hour? What are they, volunteers or what?
I guess so, because there was something on your news bit there said that, President Biden's putting something in some place to put federal money out there so that those firefighters will get at least $15 an hour.
Wow.
Well, whoop-de-doo, be out there for $15 now. Let the place burn. No, did I say that? I'm sorry. Anyways, diesel engines running backwards. Mostly mechanical engines, I'd say. I don't know. I've never really experienced it, heard of it since we got into all the electronic motors and everything. But yeah, as your previous caller said there, the whole deal with the no oil pressure is the biggest issue. But the old two-stroke motors were known for it, and they'd flip backwards in a heartbeat. You could be out on the road, you pull up to a red light, and you just about stall the motor, and you think you get the clutch pushed in, and you thought you saved the motor, but you go and put it in gear, and it go backwards instead of forward. So, But hey, we're right at your news break. I don't know if you want to continue this after, or you want to call it good, but whatever you want to do there. But yeah, it's a little more to the story, but it's interesting.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get our news break taken care of here, bottom of the hour, and come back at 844-844-3388. Thanks for hanging out with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A federal safety agency has announced that it will conduct a full investigation into the collapse of the condominium tower in Surfside, Florida. A team from the National Institute for Standards and Technology will conduct an investigation into the structural collapse. The Institute's goal will be to determine the technical cause of the collapse, though officials warn the investigation could take years to complete. And the House approved a measure Wednesday to create a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots at the Capitol. The vote fell mostly along party lines, with Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger the only Republicans to vote for the measure. That vote coming a few weeks after an effort to create a bipartisan commission was scuttled in the Senate. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will nominate 8 members to the committee, with the remaining 5 selected by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those 3 diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those 3 diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, 1 child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
So I didn't catch any of the coverage, but indeed, former President Trump did visit the border this past day. Being described as a trip of actual substance, not something designed as to address the horrific political optics or give some photo ops. So said the ex-acting commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, a guy by the name of Mark Morgan, joined the president on the tour. However, he said he doesn't have high hopes that this trip's going to result in any sort of policy changes from the Biden administration. Even though the border situation is not only affecting states in the Southwest, but literally the entire country. What happens in the Southwest border doesn't stay there. It makes its way to every neighborhood in this entire country. The Biden administration is showing their complete lack of willingness to actually address the questions about securing the border. So the idea of the trip was to, as they said, fully educate the American people on the true facts of the crisis. Hopefully, we'll have other states like the states of Texas and Florida step up and help do what this administration is failing to do. And I think we mentioned that there's a number of states that are trying to send some additional support to the border. Whoever it was, somebody was questioning last evening if are we just sending them down there to do more of what the current border agents are doing? And I said, yeah, my understanding is that the agents, the manpower they have is overwhelmed so much right now trying to take care of and process the influx that there's not enough manpower out on the actual border trying to prevent more from coming across. And that's what I heard the announcement this past day. That's exactly what they're doing. They're helping to reinforce the actual border to try to slow the influx that's coming in. All right, let me get back. And so a little more to the story. I did get an email from Spaceman, and he said in a tractor trailer with the Detroit engine, if you almost stall it and then give it the fuel and it doesn't stall, it could start to run backwards.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the modern Detroits, the Series 60s, the 4-stroke engines. I've never really driven any of them, so I haven't ever had that. But the old 2-stroke Detroits, because being a 2-stroke, they have 2 cycles. They have compression and they have exhaust, and it's very, very easy to flip them over and make them run backwards. As I say, you pretty much put them like into a stall. And you push the clutch in, and they'll catch, but the compression will actually flip them and make them run backwards. And that's where, like with that bus in the water, and I guess it was a pickup. You said that it got water back in the exhaust. It caused the compression more in the exhaust, which made it push and run the other way. So, and as your other caller said, the oil pumps aren't designed to run in that direction. So you have a lack of oil pressure, but what you end up getting is you get exhaust out the air cleaners, and of course your mufflers, exhaust pipes there become the intakes, and it's kind of a goofy thing there. But yeah, we'll fill the truck up with exhaust and everything. But I've done it with the mechanical Cats. I've done it with the mechanical Cummins. I've done it with those are both 4-stroke engines, and also with the 2-stroke Detroits. And as I say, I haven't done it with the 4-cycle Detroit, but I imagine it would be possible. But I think you're all on right tune there with the electronic motors. I think with the sensors for the oil pressure and everything, it would either shut down or give you a lot of bells and whistles saying that there's something seriously wrong.
Big time.
But it is an interesting thing. But the old 2-strokes like I have in my truck they're definitely known for it. And the other thing they're known for is they like to run away. They'll suck oil out of you'll get oil up into the air boxes there, and they'll start running on their own engine oil and then take off on that. And pretty much the only way you can shut them down is to stop the airflow, whatever you can do to stop air, whether it's cover up air cleaners or put a piece of get the air pipe taken apart and put a piece of plywood or something across the air pipe, or they're supposed to have an emergency flap in them, but a lot of times the emergency flap actually gets sucked right down into the hole and just let it keep going. It's about time they get up to 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 RPMs, and after that, it's not pretty. But anyways, I don't know. There's probably not a lot more I can say about that, but it's probably something the modern drivers won't have much experience with it, anymore. It's one of them things. It's the day of things that was, the good old days. And there's quite a few things of the good old days that weren't so good, but there's, I don't know. I guess there was some, but we'll try to remember some and forget the rest and go on from there, I guess.
All right.
But I don't. So anyways, what? Good practice here, right? 5 hours of horse feathers for Monday. Going to be in town. I won't have to leave early or nothing. So I'll just
Lord
hang
have
around
mercy.
in town after that big wrestling match.
Hey, we gotta go. We gotta go. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, let me get to Steve. He said, this is the sixth damn time.
Steve.
I'm guessing you've been in and out of cell?
Steve, I'll tell you, man, this state of Illinois down here by Carbondale, trying to get into Kentucky, there is no self-service down here. It's just terrible. Vic was right. It's just one of the worst. I've been in almost every state in this great country, and man, it's the worst down here. It goes in and out and in and out. It's just crazy. So yeah, the sixth damn time.
Wow.
But hey, Steve, let's talk about the border for a second. You had just talked about our president going down there. Our president, Donald J. Trump. You talked about a story last night about Panama giving us a pretty good warning sign.
Yep.
On what's going on. We talked about this a long time ago, Steve. When Biden opened up this border, what was going to start coming across? We really don't know. Is it 9/11 type terrorists? People that hate America? There's a lot of different groups out there that are trying to make their way, and they may already be here. We don't know, because Joe Biden doesn't care. But with the drugs, the MS-13 gang members, the terrorists that hate America, eventually something bad's going to happen. It's only a matter of time. But here's the ironic thing, Steve, about this. I was reading an article that the Department of Defense and Nancy Pelosi's House Appropriations Committee is going to give the Middle East $870 million, I believe the number was.
Yes.
To fund their borders.
Yep.
See that?
That's astounding. Yes, $800 million for border security in the Middle East when we're shutting down, building our own border wall for the United States.
Yep. Isn't that insane, Steve? I mean, that's how for Bass Ackwards, that's the guy I was thinking about last night. For him, this is what it's about. It's about these Democrats that hate America. They want Marxism and control in this country. It's all about power. That's why the border's open, and that's why they're giving money to other countries. They hate this country. It's the bottom line. I mean, how could you give $800 and something million to the Middle East and not secure our own borders to keep American citizens safe? Because they don't give a damn about us, Steve.
Yep.
They don't care. It's the bottom line. When I read that, I was like, my God, every day, Steve, it's something more insane and more insane with these Democrats. There's another thing I want to comment about. Pappy had sent you that link with the energy secretary.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she used to be the governor of Michigan at one time. Go figure, right? The governor of Michigan. Another one. Well, she's Biden's energy secretary. She was on, CSNBC with that bigot, racist Joy Reid. Is that her name? Joy Reid?
Right.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, right. Yeah, them.
Yeah, she's a racist. She's a bigot. She's a left-wing kook. But anyway, she was on there. Here's the thing about this media, Steve. They don't ask a question to these people. what they do is they give them a narrative, they give them a talking point, so they feed them the information that they want to have them regurgitate back to them. So this governor of Michigan, she's saying, oh yeah, the lakes in Lake Michigan are rising, and being from Michigan, and the oceans are rising. These Democrats, in a tragedy like Florida, where there's still over 140 people missing, that they got an agenda that is a false agenda on climate change, and put that on
And there he is. Okay, you were breaking up there. That last. Give us again. I mean, regurgitating what they just heard. Go from there.
Yeah, regurgitating what they heard from the news person, which is Joy Reid.
Yep.
And they try to push their climate change agenda. So they're going to take a tragedy like this, and they're going to push climate change. I mean, how disgusting are these people? There's people that are suffering and grieving. There's children in that debris. They just found a 10-year-old and a 4-year-old, and they're going to say, "Oh,
we might be able to attribute it to climate change." That's exactly correct. That's their narrative. Never let a crisis go to waste. Isn't that the old saying? Let me see. A quick back to his first point, though. He is correct. Democrat-run House Appropriations Committee released the Department of Defense funding bill, which has $870 million set aside for, quote, border security measures in the likes of Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Oman, Tunisia. Not our border, even as the crisis on our own southern border is getting increasingly out of control. The budget for the Department of Homeland Security is setting aside none, to build a wall of our own. Not only was the $2.06 billion appropriated for building a wall stripped out, but there's also no more money set aside for an overwhelmed border patrol. No more money for the agents. Of that funding, $150 million will go to Jordan to help, here's the quote, enhanced border security. Likewise, $500 million to be used to provide assistance to the government of Jordan to support its armed forces to enhance security along its borders. While the budget funds border security in the Middle East, an accompanying Department of Homeland Security budget released by Democrats on Tuesday strips all funding for construction of a border wall at the U.S.-Mexico border. They're abandoning our border at the same time trying to enhance borders in the Middle East. If you're wondering why Democrats would give money to other nations to secure their borders while making sure it doesn't happen here, there is a simple answer. Democrats don't want to destroy those countries. On the other hand, the elite of the party do want to destroy America. Not burn it to the ground, but fundamentally change it to something else. Overwhelmingly, the country with illegals that Democrats later hope to convert to their voter base. So does convincing people that the founding fathers are bad, censoring alternative opinions, getting rid of the filibuster, stacking the Supreme Court, taking your guns? They don't love or appreciate this country. They intend to remake it into a one-party socialist utopia. Take a look at the violence in Chicago, the taxes in New York, the lawlessness of Portland, open shoplifting, human excrement in the streets of San Francisco. You can just see how that would work out on a national scale. What's actually going on here is this is not what you call politics as usual. Republicans better figure that out quick. All right, tell you what, we'll get our quick break in here as we get back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump right back into it here. Back to the calls we go. Yes. Not seeing a name. Who we got on the line? Who's this?
It's Gilligan.
Okay.
What's Steve?
Well, go figure.
What's that?
Well, I said, go figure. It has no idea who the hell you are. It never knows who you are.
Yeah, I know. I even tried to sing to him, and he still didn't understand to me. I figured he was going to hang up on me when I started singing, but, I guess I don't sound that bad. At least when I sing, maybe I ought to sing everything like Mel Tillis.
Right.
Maybe people can understand me better. Hey, that was a Kentucky kid was calling in, thinking on getting into trucking. Is that who it was last night or night before? A couple drivers touched in on the LTL. I'll tell you, I've been running LTL for the last 7 years. I run the road for 14 years. I drive for Averitt Express because near I live, we don't have a lot of options. Now, I'm not the top paid driver in the country by far, but we do pretty good there for the Winchester area. Averitt, if I'm not mistaken, will hire people straight out of trucking school and train them. Now, that might be an idea for him because he actually could get in there, get the training, and possibly move on over to LTL. Yeah, it's actually, I think, a pretty good opportunity. I wish I would have started at Averett back 20 years ago. Now, I'm going to add 2 DAs of the week awards, possible nominees. I was out mowing my yard Sunday afternoon. I live on one of them little narrow, crooked West Virginia back roads. I looked up, and passing my house was a dually pickup pulling a mobile home. I'm talking probably at least 12, 14 feet long, wide, by about 60, 70 feet long. Great big mobile home pulled by a dually pickup. Now, I'm not the most intelligent man in the world, but I believe, I'm not Doc Hollidays, but I don't think that's going to work out too well. What do you think, Steve?
I don't think it's going to work too well.
I'm not one of them intelligent people that do my best thinking when I'm smoking on fuel hours,
Mm-hmm.
But my other DA of the Week award nominee, Monday morning, I'm coming up 81 there, about 231 mile marker in Virginia. Those that run the road know about where I'm talking about. There's the rest area. And this DA come off the shoulder, right out in front of me. I hit the brakes pretty hard. Unfortunately, the other DA in the left lane wouldn't give me room to get over the left lane. Now, I don't know who was the bigger DA, the one that did that or the one that loaded my trailer. I had 2 big rolls of coiled wire. It should have been on a flatbed. One of them come through the front of the trailer and ruptured it a little bit. So, this guy just comes straight off the shoulder. I don't think he even looked. He could have went through the rest area. He was literally on the get-off ramp for the rest area, but come on out in the middle of 81. Now, my thoughts on this is, I believe it was fly rod. Now, you know that old heat wave went after Big Moose there the other day, right?
Uh-huh.
He ended up hitting the elk. I think fly rod's going after me. The horse feathers, you better look out. That there monkey spanker may be coming after you. I'm a little worried here. I think they're scared of us. They're scared we're going to whoop them. They're coming after us in different ways well before the wrestling match. What do you think?
Okay.
But speaking of that, we have a new employee at GMA Enterprises. And we're not going to believe who showed up yesterday afternoon. None other than Maverick. I heard something outside. I looked out, run outside, and here come that big old plane of the bush pilots. Landed in the neighbor's field. Maverick jumps out. John grabs 2 big trunks, had a trunk of blocks, a block of chain links, and throwed him his clothes and a big thing of tape. And they took off again. I know they was going storm chasing. Because next thing I know, John's walking out the wing with his binoculars looking all around.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's about all I got for tonight. Well, take care and thanks for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan, have a good night. Be safe out there. And let's see, looking at news update. Top of the hour has arrived. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into the first day of July. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A federal safety agency has announced that it will conduct a full investigation into the collapse of the condominium tower in Surfside, Florida. A team from the National Institute for Standards and Technology will conduct an investigation into the structural collapse. The Institute's goal will be to determine the technical cause of the collapse, though officials warn the investigation could take years to complete. And the House approved a measure Wednesday to create a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots at the Capitol. The vote fell mostly along party lines, with Representatives Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger the only Republicans to vote for the measure. That vote coming a few weeks after an effort to create a bipartisan commission was scuttled in the Senate. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will nominate 8 members to the committee, with the remaining 5 selected by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The World Health Organization has recommended that fully vaccinated people should continue to wear masks as protection against the highly infectious Delta variant of the coronavirus. But the CDC has not changed its recommendations that vaccinated people can take off the masks in most situations. Chief White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci says the WHO makes recommendations for the entire planet, and in many countries there are still low vaccination rates combined with a high infection rate. He tells CBS News that's not the issue in the United States.
So it is not comparable to look at what the WHO is recommending for the planet compared to what we in the United States, which have done generally quite well with vaccinations, why the CDC is remaining with their original recommendation that people who are vaccinated do not need to wear a mask indoor or outdoor.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles, you won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
The House voted Wednesday to create a select committee to investigate the January 6th riot at the Capitol. But critics say the Speaker is politicizing that event. Lance Pry has more.
After the January 6th commission was turned down by lawmakers on Capitol Hill, the Democrat Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, is taking the law into her own hands, forming a partisan group with subpoena power, no end date, to become the new and improved January 6th commission. Conservative author Dinesh D'Souza on Fox News points out the false narrative.
I don't think that this can be seen as any kind of genuine investigation or impartial inquiry. I think what's happening is that the Democrats' narrative about January 6th, which they began to put out as the event was occurring, made by Biden himself the worst violence since the Civil War. And as we begin to learn more about January 6th, one after another, these lies are beginning to collapse. The only shot fired was fired by a Capitol Hill police officer into the neck of a Trump supporter. These lies about Brian Sicknick. So they know this, and so their narrative is falling apart. And I think this task force is intended to kind of try to shore up a collapsing building.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the NCAA has approved a suspension of the amateurism rules, allowing athletes in all 3 divisions to make money from their endorsements and selling the rights to their name, image, and likeness. The NCAA's board of directors making the decision one day before laws in several states go into effect, allowing athletes to profit from their name, image, and likeness. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We touched last evening briefly on Fauci, Dr. Fauci, not showing up on Capitol Hill to answer some questions. Everybody kind of wondering why. I mean, you're the guy that knows it all. Why don't you give us the answers, right? Jim Jordan had something to say about that this past day. Dr. Fauci used to jump at the opportunity to talk about the pandemic. But he conspicuously declined to come before a House panel on Tuesday, which, it says to me, he's afraid of something. For a year and a half, you couldn't go a day without seeing Fauci on the news or on the front page of the paper. Jordan then pointed out Fauci's official government emails from the Freedom of Information Act request, January 31 of 2020, 10:30 a.m., where a doctor told Fauci, this virus looks engineered. It's not consistent with evolutionary theory. And what did he do? He tried to cover his tracks and hide that information from the American people for over a year. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Jordan noted that Fauci could have cleared up some questions at the House Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus hearing. But if I'm wrong, why wouldn't Dr. Fauci come in and answer our questions? Because he's afraid of something. This should tick off every American, because this is the guy who was responsible for all the lockdowns, all the businesses that had to close, some of them never to reopen. It was all Dr. Fauci, the catalyst for all this. He was the spokesperson for all of this mindset. Yet he doesn't have the decency to come in and talk to us after what looks like a cover-up to me. He rebuked the cover-up as politically motivated during the final year of the Trump administration, fueled by the mainstream media. They lecture us about the science, while it was all, for them, political. And for the mainstream media, all political. I mean, this is frightening, because he's supposed to be honest with the American people, particularly when he's giving press conferences from the White House, no less. Dr. Fauci, the rat. He's the rat. All right, let's get back to the calls here. What's happening, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
So you got to work.
I'll tell you what, Fauci.
You got to work all 4th of July weekend. That sucks.
Man, it is what it is. Serve and protect, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Fauci's following advice of his criminal attorney that he's probably on the phone with. Exactly what's happening. Attorney told him, get up, keep quiet, don't say nothing else. Well, that's my bet.
Yeah.
Steve, let me tell you something. That 2-minute read that you gave right after that great American caller Steve called in was the best I've heard on your show when it comes to the direction this left communist media are trying to take this country. Man, you need to store that in the memory banks and read that again sometime in the near future.
Okay.
Dude, that nailed it. That nailed it. Listen, man, I don't know if Steve's still listening or not, but I thoroughly enjoy his calls, man. He's a great patriot.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with everything he says. He articulates himself very well, and he's on top of everything that's going on. But the reason I called, Steve, he started talking about the border. I was going to try to call the other night, but I got tied up at work. I couldn't. But about the border. Did you hear about this North Korean girl that got out of North Korea and came to the United States? She's younger, and she went to UCLA, got in there, and she was dumbfounded at what she was seeing going on. Did you hear about that at all? I'm trying to think where I heard it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was on Hannity or Tucker, or maybe Bongino was talking about it. She said she came to the United States, you know, thinking that this was a great country, you know, getting away from that communist dictatorship type rule over there in North Korea. And she said the United States ain't no better. When she was talking about this cancel culture, she said, I thought we had freedom of speech in this country. And she literally was saying that she was so caught off guard that the stuff that's going on here is just as bad as in communist North Korea. If that don't tell you something.
They're being brainwashed.
Which got me thinking something, Steve. When we're talking about the border, this is just a hope, I guess. I would love to see this happen. I don't know if it will or not. But I'm wondering if these leftist communists are going to shoot themselves in the foot by letting these people over. It could backfire big time on them. You know, the Hispanic people are some of the hardest working people on this planet, Steve. They are. And they're very Christian, too.
Yes.
And they're very family oriented, too. So, you know, the racist they are, you know, thinking that they're going to bring these people over here and they're going to pay them to sit on their ass and not work and let the government take care of them. Once they get here, just like that lady from North Korea, wouldn't it be something if they were like, man, this ain't why we came to America. We wanted to come here to work and better our family. And they see what these idiots are doing in this country. Dude, it might backfire on them. And just think of all these people coming across whenever they do get the ability to vote, turn around and voted against the Democrats. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, it couldn't happen soon enough for me.
And let me tell you something. I think you and Eagle, great American Eagle, great patriot he is. A few weeks ago, a month ago, it was brought up about, you know, the people coming in. But here's the thing. The Hispanic votes in the last election went up dramatically for Trump.
Correct.
There was more Hispanics that went Republican votes, especially down in Florida, than ever before. So, I mean,
and that's what I was talking with Eagle about here about a week or so ago. You know, he mentioned the fact that who you think they're going to vote for, and I said, you know, it's that exactly the point I made. I can't remember the numbers, but was it 13% jump or something in the Hispanic vote for Trump versus 2016? Especially the Cuban community, those that fled from communist Cuba, they don't want this country to turn into the communist United States. They know what it is.
Yes. You know, a lot of these Hispanics aren't coming from Mexico, Steve. They're coming from, you know, El Salvador, the other southern, you know, communist, socialist ruled countries down there. You think they want to come here and see this turn into a socialist country? I could be wrong, but I'm hoping, man, wouldn't that be something? They let all these people vote, and they turn around and stab these leftist communists in the back and start voting Republican.
Yeah.
That would be something. Could be a big mistake on their part in the long run. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a disaster what's going on down there. They need to shut that thing down. But I don't know. It was just a thought when I heard that. It kind of crossed my mind.
Yeah, well, the fact that you're talking about the story of giving $870 million for border security in the Middle East and stripping any funds for border security here, and that's because they want to destroy America, not literally burn it down, but destroy it as we know it, to turn it into a socialist country.
Steve, when you hear this stuff, I mean, you take the normal American citizen. They hear this stuff. I can't believe anybody in their right mind, don't get what's going on here, man. If people don't wake up and see what's going on here, they're buffoons too. They're idiots. The stuff that they are doing in D.C. to destroy, and right in front of our eyes, man. They're not trying to hide it. Crazy.
Yeah, the only explanation I could give is that there's such a large percentage of the population that doesn't really pay any attention to the actual news. They get their clips from MSNBC and CNN. That's all they hear, how bad we are and how horrible we are.
Well,
and they don't know the truth.
Their numbers are going down, Steve. I mean, communist news network, CNN, MSNBC, all these communists, their numbers are in the tank. They're in the toilet. But I mean, you're right. I think a lot of people, I heard something, last week where people are turning off the news, man. I've done it myself. Steve, this ain't no lie. In the last year, I bet you I have watched 2 hours of television, and that's probably just to catch the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Turn it off. Hannity and all. Stop watching it. Got a couple podcasts I listen to. I listen to you. I like to listen to Bongino. One other one, but that's about it, Steve. I don't, sometimes you can only take so much.
Yeah.
We're you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, well, one other tidbit. I shared a little video on Facebook, and I said, "Hey, Pappy, WTF?" I checked that out. Supposedly, it's the bomb squad in L.A. that they were called out to. Some fireworks were found or something, and they went to detonate them in that big black ball thing, the bomb squad thing, and the whole bomb squad truck blew up. Have you seen that?
Steve, I did see it. I didn't know you tagged me to it, but I happened to catch that. Another bomb tech from somewhere in this country posted the news article from out in L.A. And let me tell you something, Steve, that PCV that they put that stuff in, it's called total containment vessel.
Yeah.
So most of them are designed to hold 10 pounds of explosives. So you could put 10 pounds of dynamite in there, and if it detonated, it would contain it.
Okay.
Now, there are different fittings you can put on there for biological and chemical weapons. If there's, like an IED that's a chemical or biological, right? You put fittings in there. You can self-detonate it inside that TCV to capture the chemicals that are in there and redirect them into some storage tubes, right?
Okay.
They're on the side of that TCV. So you can collect samples of it to find out what it is. When you got them fittings on there, it only takes about 3 pounds. Steve, that thing totally ruptured that TCV. I mean, it blew it, dude. And those things are about 1 inch thick. They're made of submarine, the same material they make submarines with. That metal is designed to expand and contract under pressure, you know, so if you do blow something in it, it will give, you know. But for that TCV to rupture like that, man,
there was a way too much, whatever materials, it was way too much, right?
You know, I hate to say it, Steve, but they put too much in there, man. Or maybe they didn't. You know, what can you say? There was too much in there. They might have had the fittings for the, you know, the chemical stuff, and like I said, that drops down the amount of stuff you can put in there when you do that.
I mean, it blew up the whole front end of the rig and everything. I guess they probably didn't have anybody around there. Like, there would have been nobody in the truck or anything, right?
I got a picture of that truck before it blew. It's not, I don't know if it's the actual truck or not, but it's the same design. The one we got's a little bit different. We don't actually have it on a truck. We just put it on a trailer and towed it around. But I'll send you a picture of the what this truck looked like. You know, the TCV sits in the middle of this flatbed, and they actually got two blast walls, one covering the cab of the truck and another one coming up like on the tailgate, two blast walls. And Steve, that truck's destroyed, man.
Yes.
I mean, there's vehicles on the side of the street that are turned over. So that had to be flash powder.
That was one hell of a boom. That's all I know. Wow. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just wondered if you'd seen that. Well, thanks for checking in. Have a good night. Hate you got to work over the 4th weekend. I guess it's your final morning off, right? Maybe off Thursday. I think you'd work Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. What are we looking at? 23 past the hour. Well, let's just roll it up to the bottom of the hour break with this one here. Vic, what's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot there. I went to call in last night there when I heard Eagle talking about out in California where they're letting people ride on a zipper. That's legal now in California. It's part of the climate change bike-friendly laws. I think they changed that, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 years ago because of all the congestion. Texas, I don't know about, but it is legal in California for motorcycles and bicycles to use the zipper. So I don't know, just in case anybody is, going to California, that might help them a little bit.
Yeah.
But the main reason I wanted to call last night was, economics drive just about everything, or follow the money, whatever you want to say. And you have to understand how China operates for businesses to operate in that country. And there's, like with this immigration crisis that we're having now, we've talked many times about how that churches have made a lot of money off of these refugees and illegals and everything else through government programs. But back when Barack Obama was president, he got the faith-based initiative changed to where not only did it include churches, it included nonprofits. So if these nonprofits set up, housing developments or anything of that nature, they can make a lot of money off the government housing all of these refugees. And if you add the political component, then they in turn like to place them in previous Republican areas or conservative areas and kind of dilute the population, so to speak. So there's kind of a hidden agenda at work, but it's in full view. It's kind of like with magicians, how they're always trying to divert your attention. So you really don't see what they're doing. But by and large, that's a lot of what's going on. But back to China. In China, you can't own any land. That's all owned by the Chinese Communist Party. And in order to do business in China or to sell in China, they usually will force people to build a factory, take on a Chinese partner, and divulge any secrets that, any trade secrets that you have. And that's where they get into the intellectual property thing. But the big thing is, and that's why it struck me as odd, why there was so little any scientific curiosity about this COVID-19 thing last year, because that's just not the way of scientists. Scientists, they're kind of like, you mentioned diesels running backwards, mechanics, they have to understand all this and all these different phenomena. Well, that's kind of the way life scientists are. They have to understand this. Well, if you criticize anything that China does that is considered derogatory, they can cancel the lease on your property. All of your property will go to the Chinese party and eventually to the Chinese Communist Party. They can also assess you with fines. And there are a few other things in there. And in the transportation area, I'll give you one example. China sued FedEx, it's been 6 or 7 years ago now, because China Air and FedEx had some kind of agreement. I don't know what it was, but I know that China Air used to fly into O'Hare up there, and then we would pick up parts for FedEx that China Air had flown in and distributed, and then there was the reverse distribution where FedEx would bring things up there to O'Hare, and China Air would pick them up. Well, whenever Trump had all these different embargoes, apparently FedEx picked up something, and it came, I don't know, Huawei or what, I won't say that, but anyway, whatever it was, when FedEx came back through the United States, since they are a U.S. carrier, they had to report the cargo they had to customs, and it was seized, and China sued FedEx saying that they should not have came to the United States. And it's like, well, that was their route. Everybody knew their route. I don't know what the outcome was, but that is just one example. And smaller companies have suffered from that. And in the agricultural area, whenever Trump put on all the different tariffs and they put on embargoes, then China would buy grains and everything for the state, and it got imported into China with no tariffs. But if it was a private company wanting to bring it into China, China would put a large import tariff on it, which basically forced all the different agriculture companies that were operating over there to buy ingredients from state-owned reserves. And while it might not, you've heard the term non-tariff tariffs, that is the way that China operates. That's kind of their Reader's Digest version. But the bottom line is, if you're in China and you're doing business and you say something they don't like, they're going to take everything you got and probably sue you also.
Mm-hmm.
And so that, I just wanted to make that comment that when you're wondering, why are these companies being so kind to China and everything? That is why they got suckered into moving over there to do business. And now they're trying to figure out, how can we get out of this without having to explain to our stockholders that we just had a lot of property seized in China. So with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right. Thank you much. Good to hear from you, Vic. Always appreciate that input. All right, we get our bottom of the hour news break here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Rescue crews pulled 6 more bodies from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. The bodies of 2 children, ages 10 and 4, were among those pulled out on Wednesday. 145 residents of the building remain unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava.
Any loss of life, especially given the unexpected, unprecedented nature of this event, is a tragedy. But the loss of our children is too great to bear.
And comedian Bill Cosby has been released from prison after his conviction for sexual assault was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. In its decision, the court wrote that Cosby's due process rights were violated when he was prosecuted a decade after a previous prosecutor declined to charge him in exchange for his testimony in a civil proceeding. That testimony was later used against him in his criminal trial. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot for Liberty HealthShare. If you need a healthcare program for 2021, you are in luck. Liberty HealthShare offers affordable healthcare sharing programs starting as low as $199 per month. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. I found Liberty HealthShare 6 years ago. It was the best decision I've ever made. It's an alternative to health insurance. It's Christian healthcare sharing from a nonprofit ministry. There are no contracts. There's no network. You can choose any doctors or hospitals you want. Here's the most important things you need to know. First, credibility. Liberty has over 200,000 members. They paid out over $1.2 billion in claims in the past 4 years. Second, my personal experience. I'm a member. My children are members. Just in premiums alone, I've saved over $120,000 since I joined. Could you use an extra $120,000? To find out more about your health sharing options, call 855-58-LIBERTY, 855-58-LIBERTY, or go to libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. That's libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here where we leave off. Several people had sent me links to this story. And, all right, I guess Bongino's been talking about it, several others. The plans to change laws to target single-family homes in the suburbs. A guy by the name of John Hawkins wrote this piece. Like I said, Bongino's talked about it. Tucker Carlson talked about it. He said Joe Biden is planning to target suburban neighborhoods for essential destruction via a measure called the Homes Act. The Democrats plan to advance using reconciliation. That would mean the measure, which would only require 50 votes to pass, would allow the federal government to take control of local zoning laws. From there, it would get ugly. According to the measure within the transportation package, any local government that does not comply with the federal zoning guidelines, meaning ordinances that ban apartment buildings from certain residential areas or set a minimum lot size for a single-family home, the Department of House and Urban Development, HUD, will cut off funding to that city. Funding any city needs to maintain their current low-income housing. Additional consequences for cities keeping their local zoning laws in place would be to punish states by prohibiting them from receiving taxpayer-funded transportation grants of any kind if they refuse to allow high-rise apartments throughout their high-density zoning in their suburbs. Now, of course, states rely on federal transportation money to fix local streets and highways. And what's this about? This would allow Democrats to force multifamily dwellings and low-income apartments into suburban neighborhoods. Crime would increase, neighborhood traffic would go up, the value of homes would drop, it would de-incentivize you to move out of the city in the first place, and Democrats undoubtedly hope that making the suburbs more like the cities would cause voters in the suburbs to behave more like city dwellers. If you live in the suburbs, this is an attack on your way of life, and quite frankly, it will not benefit you in any way, shape, or form. Quite frankly, if you live in the suburbs and you're voting for the people that want to do this, you are a fool. Again, John Hawkins. It's kind of new on me. Let's do a little research. It is called the Homes Act. H-O-M-E-S, the Homes Act. I guess when they say they want the people in the suburbs, they want you to act like people in the city because, well, that obviously the majority of city dwellers vote for Democrats, time and time again. All right. Again, we'll do some more research. Thanks for the heads up there. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. I like that phone reset, man. That was awesome.
You were there. Okay. Yeah, we got you again.
That's all right. It's all good. Hey, sounds like to me they want to get us. That's kind of going into communism, isn't it? And you look at Russia; they got a lot of apartments in Russia. You don't see too many people in Russia living in big houses now, do you?
Yeah. All right.
Steve, have you ever heard of a documentary called "How China Got Rich"?
I have not seen that.
Okay. If you get a chance, watch that documentary. It's about China and how they got into the financial situation they're in right now, and it's very interesting. And what I found out about it when I saw the documentary was Democrats have been woven in with the Chinese even back since Jimmy Carter. I mean, that's when it really started getting intense. And like around 79, that's when the Chinese really got into this thing of we're going to go from a poor state to a rich state. And that's when they started getting into more industrial stuff. They started getting into setting up more of their infrastructure for their ports and getting freight moved and all that. I mean, it's a very interesting documentary if you get a chance to watch it. A couple hours long, but it goes through and it talks with Chinese people and how things were set up and everything. It's kind of interesting. And if you see that documentary, a lot of the practices that are practiced by the Democrats, and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, I'm in the middle, but it lines up with the Democrat rule of thinking. It really does, and it'll make you think about the Democratic Party. I don't know if you've seen it, Steve, but it looks like we might have some problems next week down here in Florida. What do you think?
Yeah, they're watching potential development there. I see coming through the Caribbean, I guess.
Yeah, Cyclone 5, man. I invest 97. We're just going to wait and see how she rolls. We're over 5 days now, so can't nothing definite right now. But we're in the cone. We're riding the cone there at the start there, so we're just going to have to see how it plays out. There's some models that are taking it over South Florida. There's some models bringing it up and putting it into the hook of Florida and going over, like, say, Gainesville and that area. But it's over 5 days, so we just got to sit and wait. I just hope it stays light, stays into a storm. It doesn't go in a hurricane.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting, and you can live by the models or die by the models. Just got to sit back and watch how it rolls out. And I saw that launch yesterday. I didn't get to see it outside because it was really cloudy, but I heard, the booms and all that, but I saw it on TV. You talk about a really neat launch. That was a really neat launch, and it was really clean. They landed the booster back at the Cape. Everything went good with that. Got everybody sprayed up there into the sky. So it was a neat thing. If you get a chance, watch the replay of it. It was really neat.
Mm-hmm.
I was told by somebody to tell you something. He told me to tell you. He says he knows he sent the pictures of it to you. He got a big red car yesterday. He wanted you to look at his big red car.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. The upholstery job, that looks awesome.
Now, I'm going to tell you what. Usually when them people get them Cadillacs done, they gaudy it out, put that big white interior in there and all that fancy stuff. He kept this one original, and I'm gonna tell you what, I gotta give his youngins kudos because they did a really good job for their dad on that car.
And when you look at the before and after, the before that thing was, torched. It was horrible.
Oh, it was just a piece of crap laying out in the field. And them kids put 7 weeks of work into that and got that car back up to where it is. And I'm going to tell you what, you talk about a proud daddy. that guy was, when I talked to him yesterday on the phone, that was one of the proudest guys I'd ever heard in my life. He said he was going to go out and drive that thing, and he said he couldn't help but just sit there and look at it. That's how proud he was of that car. So I want to thank his youngins. I tell you what, they did a good job on that car.
Yep.
And but you know what? He deserves it, Steve, because you know what? He's helped a lot of people out, and a lot of us out, and we appreciate him, and I'm glad his kids appreciate him enough to do that for him. So kudos to you, Moose. I'm glad you got your car, buddy, and I hope you enjoy it. So, but that's all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you, Philip. Yeah, he's talking about. There's a rapidly developing feature in the Atlantic that may soon set a new record for the earliest named storm in the Atlantic Basin. Forecasters have been monitoring two features that could become the next tropical system of the 21 Atlantic season. And yesterday, one of them began to show greater signs of organization. That feature, initially dubbed Invest 97L by the Hurricane Center, has been labeled as potential tropical cyclone 5 around 5 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. Right now, spinning in the central Atlantic, halfway between Africa and the Windward Islands. Sustained winds of 35 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. While that feature is closer to earning the E name of the season than the second, the latter actually warrants watching as well. Should a tropical storm form, it would be the fifth of the season. Next name on the list will be Elsa. And if it forms before July the 6th, that would be the earliest E-named storm in the Atlantic Basin. Parts of the Lesser Antilles are being affected by drenching showers, gusty thunderstorms from one disturbance. That's 95L. That's on the AccuWeather watch list. Potential tropical storm 5 is located a few hundred miles further west and been showing signs of rotation in the cloud shield since Tuesday. Right now, they do have tropical storm watches for some of the islands. Barbados, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Martinique. All right, there's a chance we could be talking a tropical depression or a tropical storm maybe later today. After the disturbance catches on, it could strengthen quickly into a hurricane as it approaches the Windward Islands. All right, so that's first we're hearing about a potential hurricane. All right, the disturbances that originate off the African coast, also referred to as Cabo Verde systems. For a group of islands, that's a group of islands just off the coast of Africa. Those systems really constitute the backbone of Atlantic hurricane season, with multiple tropical storm and hurricane candidates emerging in the months of August, September, and October. So it's a little early for that, but weather on Friday in portions of the Leeward and Windward Islands could be in the form of tropical storm or maybe hurricane conditions, with rounds of heavy rain, gusty winds, building seas, dangerous surf. So once in the Caribbean, it could continue on to the Gulf of Mexico or possibly turn more to the north and cross one of the islands that make up the Greater Antilles, Hispaniola or Cuba, re-entering the southwestern Atlantic near the Bahamas or Florida sometime between July 5 and 7. Waters in all those basins are generally in low to mid 80s. That's plenty warm enough to support tropical development or sustain any established system. So Philip, keeping an eye on the tropics, no doubt about it. All right, we get a quick timeout. Sylvester, I got you coming right back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. adjusted. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go, back at it here. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Get right to the land down under. Good morning, Sylvester.
How's it going, brother?
I can't complain. Weekend's almost here.
Yeah.
A big weekend for us. And, we celebrate Independence Day. Now, are you going to be a little bit like Americans and celebrate Independence Day there?
No.
No.
It's what most Australians call it is Traitors' Day.
Oh, really?
They're part of the British Empire. Yes. Yes. But the nice thing is Aldi has, every year they bring some American products, and right now, that's a couple of Whoppers left in the box. I might or might not get to them. I actually probably for my marriage, I'll leave Susan the last of them. So okay. So did you get the other email I sent you?
I'm not sure. Oh no, you just sent me. Okay, so yes, a couple of stories there.
When you get a chance to actually peruse through it, please do. Actually, and also follow the links in it to look at the other stories that they're talking about. The two things I wanted to point out is something I've been talking about for years and years, since 2007, and that's about the Chinese and the Spratly Islands. Well, the Spratly Islands are a series of different shoals and reefs along there. And I called a few weeks ago, might be a couple of months ago now, and I was telling you about the 200 quote-unquote
fishing boats
that are moored there. Well, they finally. I was actually reading some really good analysis about the actual boats that are there, and the majority of them, as I think I mentioned it, because I'd read a report that they were suspected as being ones that had Chinese militia on them. And when I say Chinese militia, it's specifically Chinese Communist Party militia. So the difference between Chinese Communist Party militia and Chinese Navy, or in this case, Chinese Army, Navy, or they have a weird way of actually describing their military. Is that I would compare them to the difference between the Viet Cong in Vietnam and the North Vietnamese Army. The North Vietnamese Army was the officially sanctioned branch. The militia that are on there are actually specifically for the Chinese Communist Party, which is kind of like the Viet Cong. Or in this case also, think about this, the Iranian army, and then you have the Republican Guard, okay? And then you also have an example, the Russians have got their regular army, but then they've got their elite, which I can't remember the name, I probably could pronounce if I wanted to. So anyway, these are the big baddies. These are the guys that will kill you because they enjoy doing it. And they now have, I think, 238 ships at one of the reefs. If you look down, it actually, if you're scrolling through the article about the Philippines, they have, and it lists all the ships, the total number of ships at each of these different reefs. And then it goes into what these ships are and how they aren't fishing boats. They are militia boats. And these militia boats they're fully armed. I mean, they've got, what do you want to call them? Machine guns and cannons and all this kind of stuff. So why did you, and if you read to how the Chinese government says, oh, they're just fishing boats taking refuge from storms. And there are no storms. So it's just, it's disturbing to see what's going on. Nobody's paying attention to this, what's been going on. This is the Philippines, the people in the Philippines, the Filipinos are. And the reason why I started looking at it again and about what was going on in the Philippines a few months ago is I had a customer come in, and she was actually coming to the States to do some work with the it's a defense agency in the States. I'll just leave it at that, from the Australian government. And we had a nice chat. And then since then, I've talked to a number of people here that actually work with the Defense Forces one of them actually is Filipino. And he and I were having a chat about this. This was end of last week. And he was telling me of all the things that are going on there and how he flies to Taiwan to get home. And he was telling me the feeling there is like nothing he's ever felt before in Taiwan. They're weakened because of what's going on with COVID, but their resolve is greater now than ever. There's when I got the notification about what Comrade Xi had said, a few hours ago, I was flabbergasted. But then I started reading what the response from the Taiwanese said. I just thought that was hilarious, beautifully said, about how we are not going to celebrate the 100 years of the Chinese Communist Party because the Chinese Communist Party is evil. But anyway, so if you get a chance to read those articles, before I move on to the next one, I want to mention yesterday, or June 30th, this big celebration to celebrate the 100 years of the Chinese Communist Party.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the gentlemen that was celebrating was Jackie Chan. So for those of you who like Jackie Chan, just remember who he is and what he supports. Now the other thing
he's pretty much part of the Hollywood elite to begin with, right? He fits right in with that crowd. But hey, I gotta get our top of the hour news update in here. We return right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Rescue crews pulled 6 more bodies from the rubble of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, bringing the confirmed death toll to 18. The bodies of 2 children, ages 10 and 4, were among those pulled out on Wednesday. 145 residents of the building remain unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava.
Any loss of life, especially given the unexpected, unprecedented nature of this event, is a tragedy. But the loss of our children is too great to bear.
And comedian Bill Cosby has been released from prison after his conviction for sexual assault was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. In its decision, the court wrote that Cosby's due process rights were violated when he was prosecuted a decade after a previous prosecutor declined to charge him in exchange for his testimony in a civil proceeding. That testimony was later used against him in his criminal trial. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The defense community is in mourning over the passing of former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who passed away at the age of 88. John Clemens reports.
Donald Rumsfeld was the youngest defense secretary, serving at age 43 in the Gerald Ford administration. Then from 2001 to 2006 in the George W. Bush cabinet to become the oldest.
He was the only person to ever serve twice as defense secretary, and he did that decades apart.
That is Hope Sack of Military.com, who shares the most vivid memory she has of Mr. Rumsfeld.
Unbelievable moment of him basically giving a press briefing from the Pentagon and answering questions and saying there are bodies still being carried out of the building when the Pentagon itself was attacked.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is the latest governor to send members of her state's National Guard to assist Border Patrol agents with the flow of illegal immigrants crossing the southern border. That is, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is making moves to complete sections of a border wall in his state. Congressman Chip Roy says that Mexican drug cartels essentially have operational control of the southern border. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the current situation is worsening because the White House refuses to accept the truth of the crisis.
They refuse to actually acknowledge what's going on. We saw Vice President Kamala Harris do a photo op trip en route to Los Angeles for a few hours, pit stopping in El Paso, literally missing the mark by 750 miles. She landed 750 miles away from right here, McAllen, the epicenter of the crisis that was created by the Biden administration, where you just showed the numbers. We've had 700,000 apprehensions through May. We'll get the June numbers soon. They will be horrific. But that's not really the story. The story is that the cartels have operational control of our border from the Gulf of Mexico to Big Bend. And the Democratic Party and the current leaders in the White House refuse to do their duty to secure the border of the United States, leaving Texas exposed, in danger, our children facing the horrors of an opioid epidemic, fentanyl up 800% in Texas. So Governor Abbott is stepping into the breach. Governor DeSantis led the way. You're seeing other governors step in.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. That's my cue. Back at it. Final hour underway here on a Thursday morning. Hey, look at there. First day of July. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, Sylvester. Welcome back.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, it's 6:07 p.m. here on the 1st of July, sorry. It's going well so far. You guys, it's going to be really cool today, though, so be careful. I bet you guys were wishing it was cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. It's not too bad. I mean, we're going to, next couple of days, I think we're going to cool off highs like in the 70s for a day or two.
Told you, that's all right.
Yep.
I kind of wish it would get up to the 70s at the moment. It got to 60, probably 62, 63 today. But anyway, so with all the world suffering from suffering, quote unquote, from the pandemic and all the other things going on, China continues to do what it's been doing. This time last year, I think it was July of last year, the Chinese and the Indians actually had, I've heard it, in fact, in the article, I think they referred to it as a big brawl. But the Chinese have, instead of just having about 1,500 troops and some trucks and things like that on the border, they moved a lot of tanks. And I don't know what type of tank they are. I haven't looked into that. But tanks and 50,000 troops to the border, the disputed border with India. You know, we can buy Chinese products. And I work for a retailer who is attempting to resource products from places other than China. It's hard. We've allowed ourselves to get to a point where we're so reliant on the Chinese. I wonder how long it would take us to run out of medicine and arms and other things. You have to make a willful decision to not buy Chinese. It used to be, I remember when Sam Walton was still alive, he used to say that we give people that option. If you want to buy the cheap and nasty from China or Japan or whatever it was at the time, you can do that. Sure, we're going to sell it, but we want you to buy the better American-made product. I challenge anybody to go find an American-made TV. I challenge anybody to buy, and even still, even if it is an American-made TV, where are the majority of the components from? It's not American-made; it's American assembled. One of the things that I'm really seeing over here is with the work that my son does. They've been shipping a lot of up until 18 months ago, 2 years ago. Most of what they made was being shipped to China to be turned into cardboard boxes, to be put in, to put stuff into, to have shipped to the U.S. and to here. It's not that way anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the papers and boxes and things that they're creating are actually now going to Australian industry and businesses because the Chinese have basically stopped buying Australian paper. There's a period there where we were selling them our scrap plastics and scrap paper. It was put into containers and shipped to China, and then it was converted into different goods and sent back to the U.S. or to other markets, including Australia. About 3 years ago, they stopped taking our plastics. And we started shipping them in Australia. We started shipping to Malaysia, where they turned them into plastic bags, like shopping bags and that kind of thing. Well, the Malaysians said, hey, we can't produce this stuff fast enough. You're sending us too much stuff. We don't want any more of your plastic. So now guess where it's going? It's not going anywhere. It's just piling up. And the Chinese aren't buying as much coal as they used to from us because they source their own coal. Iron ore, which has been a huge commodity they've been buying for years and years and years, and now they're not buying as much. I read a report today that China, their economy is beginning to suffer, and they can't produce enough things, not because they don't have the manpower or whatever, but because they don't have the raw materials. So I'm just wondering when this is finally just going to break.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard Xi say, talk about reunification the way he did today. I've never heard him talk like that. This is the same guy back in 2003, I think it was. He was actually talking about, it was basically a message to the U.S. that, if you don't toe the line, we're going to nuke you. So it's not new what this guy's saying. And that was 18 years ago. So we got a lot of things going on. Yeah, we got a lot of really bad things going on domestically.
Now, the only thing I see, though, is that they know we have weak leadership right now. I don't believe they'd be pulling any of this stuff if Donald Trump had been reelected. So they're taking advantage of the weak U.S. leadership right now.
Well, something that I was interested in seeing, though, was that the number of freedom of navigation movements through the South China Sea has increased under Biden. Now, we put 2 carriers in there for the first time. I think it was in March or April, in the South China Sea at the same time. That hadn't happened since, I think, 2009, I think. So I don't know. I think, I agree with you about the head leadership. As far as our actual military leadership, I don't know what to think about what's going on with it, because I can't really find anything that's telling me anything except for the idiotic ideas that they're pushing for quote unquote inclusion, which is very exclusive what they're actually doing. But my question was this: if the poop hits the fan, do you think the American people will stand against it? Do you think that they'll come together to fight it, like happened in the past? Because if you look back at what was going on in the 1930s, there was a lot of massive amounts of unrest in the U.S. during the late 30s. Like a lot of union issues and World War I veterans that were upset with their promises that were made that weren't kept. Do you think that the American public will come together like they did for World War II if this kind of thing? Because look what Russia's doing now. The whole thing with the Danish worship as well as the British worship. Have you seen the videos from all that yet?
I have not seen that. No.
Those are going to go. Yeah.
I mean,
So
I'd
the
say
Russians have
the true patriots in this country would all jump to the front of the line, but you've got this whole woke generation. Hell, they'd probably be taken to the streets to burn the flag and things of that nature because they don't, no war. Everything's love and peace.
Yeah, I don't know. I think about what's going on over here, and I think people are starting to wake up a little bit with what's going on outside the country. It's so funny though, because most Australians they don't even understand their own system. It's like the number of people that say, "Oh, I've got a right to free speech." Actually, dude, no, you don't. And they're like, "Sure, I do. It's in the Constitution. You need to stop watching American TV." Because in Australia, you don't have the right to freedom of speech. And I try to explain to people, and they start going, "Oh, okay, that's not good." I go, "No, it's not. It's such a different system over there. In the U.S., we have rights because they're God-given rights. It's acknowledged in our Constitution that these are the rights that come from the Creator, not from government. Here, just like most other countries, the government is the one that gives you those rights. And because the government gives you those rights, the government can take them away from you. See, as a God-given right, it can't be taken away from you. Well, theoretically, it's happening, but it's only because the American people are giving it away. Not all American people are doing it, but the idiots who don't really understand the premise behind liberty are giving it away. We can't let that happen because, like I've said in the past, I see your future. It ain't good. If you allow liberty to be taken away from you, if you allow, and yes, a big part of it is that Second Amendment, but it's not just, there's a reason why it was the Second Amendment, not in the First Amendment. Your First Amendment is the most important thing. Your right to free speech. There's nothing more important than your right to free speech, to peaceably assemble, and also to have a free press. The problem is, like the post that I did earlier today, with Facebook taking off of us because it was air quotes here, partly false. And who decided it was partly false? An organization that has an agenda made that decision. And of course, they're using that as being gospel. Problem is that the media that's out there, social media, whether it be Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, or YouTube, or Google News, etc., Yahoo News, etc., all of it is censored. But I will tell you, there's always been censorship of some point in media, all the way from the very first days. But having the ability to get your message out needs to be really, really, really on the minds of people like the Steves and the Eagles and those who are actually trying to get out and talk some sense into people. But the battle is where you're going to go, and it ain't Facebook. I'm sorry. No matter what you say on Facebook, you're being watched. And as soon as you step outside of an area that is controversial or not in agreement with their agenda, they're going to cut you off.
The cancel culture gets you. Absolutely. The cancel culture. Hey, we're kind of sitting here chatting tonight because, should I say, from this venue, because of cancel culture. All right. Hey, I got to get to a quick timeout here. Former President Trump this past day, kind of lashing out at General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said he needs to resign because of the woke mob that has infiltrated the military. General Milley, his greatest fear, says Trump, is that he might upset the woke mob. More on that just ahead. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So it was actually earlier this week where Milley was giving congressional testimony before the Armed Services Committee. It actually went so far as to defend lectures that have been taking place at the West Point Military Academy that includes courses on critical race theory. The woke society infiltrating the U.S. military. Trump issued a statement. He said General Milley ought to resign and be replaced with someone who's actually willing to defend our military from the leftist radicals who hate our country and our flag. The problem with Milley comes from several earlier incidents. Listen to this one. When Black Lives Matter rioters were threatening to destroy Washington, D.C., Milley practically begged me not to send in the military to stop the riots. He went on then to issue an embarrassing, groveling apology for walking at my side to the St. John's Church, which the far-left rioters almost burned to the ground the day before. And instead of denouncing the rioters, Milley denounced himself. A humiliation for our military. Then, a year later, here even the fake news has to admit that their whole story about the Lafayette Square was a giant lie. Again, Milley looked like a fool. Trump also accused the veteran general of making up a false story, saying that he yelled at me in the Situation Room. That's fake news. If he had displayed such disrespect for Commander-in-Chief, I would have fired the guy immediately. And as far as Milley's congressional testimony, I said the general actually defended his critical race theory being shoved down the throats of our shoulders. This this racist anti-American propaganda has no place in the military. I banned these training programs. Now Biden and the Pentagon have resumed them. As soon as possible, Congress is going to have to defund this racist indoctrination. He said Milley's comments before Congress were pathetic. I watched the statements of some others, the head of the Navy. They didn't talk that way when I was around. I can tell you, they didn't talk that way, or I would have got rid of them in 2 minutes. But in particular, the head of the Navy and Milley. Sad, pathetic statements. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Hello there, Chevy Guy.
Woohoo! Oh! I got a granddaughter in the Army, Millie. I don't care if you're offended that we think you're woke. I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care. And yes, the president has a right to take you and walk across. I don't care if they did move their protesters out of the way. He has a right to walk, and he has a right to do it safely. So I don't care if they moved them back. Obviously, it happened before then. But I don't care. I don't care anything you've got to say. I don't care what that stupid admiral had to say. Where are my boats? 2 boats. The Iranians have 2 of our boats. The Navy needs to bring back our boats. Don't worry about trying to get everybody to get along, or this critical race theory. When I served, we were elbow to elbow with all different races. From Philippines, Jamaica, Puerto Rico. Everywhere. We were elbow to elbow on that destroyer. There's no room. You had to turn sideways to pass in the passageway. And we all got along, and you had to. There was no place to go. So heck with them. And they're in charge of our children out there. I go, yeah, sorry. I just rubbed the cat wrong. I didn't call for that. I'm calling about something fun. It's my first experience with an engine going backwards. That 318 Detroit was terrible for that. And it'd get real cold in West Virginia, and it was fun to watch them things fire up, 3 or 4 of them in a row. And the Detroit will idle up and down, up and down, up and down till it warms up. So you get about 3 or 4 trucks sitting there, and it would jerk them cab overs or rock them back and forth while they're trying to warm up, and they do a little Detroit dance. All these trucks sitting there, whoa, 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 until they would finally warm up enough and idle out. One morning, I climbed in the cab of a GMC Astro, and I flipped the switch and reached down to push the button down. Well, it was cold, it was stiff, so I shoved the button down, but apparently I didn't hold it down strong enough, and it shorted and that Detroit started running backwards on me, and I bailed out of that sucker. Smoke was coming up around the doghouse, smoke filling up the cab, and that making a terrible noise. It was sucking air into the smoke, into the smokestack. And I finally got my head straight and jumped back up and shut the motor off. And my shop foreman didn't really appreciate that 3 a.m. Phone call. He was an ex-Gyrene, and he says, "Man, you're Navy, ain't you?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, haven't you ever heard of PT boats? He said those Detroits were in the PT boats, and they're designed to run that way, to run backwards. All you had to do next time you push that button, push it down and hold it down hard, and make sure that thing's running before you take your thumb off the button. And but yeah, I bet that sucker made all kinds of noise, and rocking and rattling and screaming. And I'm sort of wondering if that's what those flaps were on the top there was supposed to shut them down, or if they run backwards to keep them from sucking air and try to slow them out.
Air. Yeah, that would make sense.
But the sitting up there just going rattle, 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 rattle. It was making a terrible sound. So yeah, I'm having fun with it though. I'm so sad that our military is in this position, and they're all just trying to keep their stars and make their way into the next form of life. Some Procter and Gamble or Martin Marietta, I guess, and they don't care about the American people. And I'll leave it at that. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail.
All right, good to hear from you once again, and we got to get a quick news break in as we roll into a Thursday. Hey, July 1 is upon us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the most common strain circulating in the U.S. New data shows that more than 40% of new COVID cases are of the more transmissible Delta, according to the Wall Street Journal. The CDC says that spread doesn't mean that fully vaccinated people need to put masks back on just yet. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy tells CNBC that he's concerned about the spread of the Delta variant, particularly in unvaccinated populations.
This is a variant of COVID-19 that is proven to be far more transmissible than any version of COVID that we've seen to date. The good news is that if you are vaccinated, you have a high degree of protection, particularly against hospitalizations and deaths. That's the good news. But the bad news is that if you are not vaccinated, again, you are at significant risk. So that is why I'm urging people to get vaccinated as quickly as you can.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA President, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellarelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Okay, back at it here. Where we leave off. Had a couple of other industry headlines. We'll get to coming up. First, let me get back to the calls, though, because old Lugnut Lily been hanging in there. Morning, Lugnut.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Lugnut Lily here. First time I've called you, and I'm delighted that I was able to finally get through. The fellows over at F&H Enterprises want me to call and introduce myself. I run team with Dimeback Denny. It's one of George Brown's, a.k.a. the Moose, his old high school chums. So he's going to be calling in, and probably not tonight, but maybe tomorrow night and give it an update. He used to hang out with George Brown, and he knows quite a bit about him. Steve, I'm going to be the voice who's going to be calling the match at the Queen City SmackDown on July 4th. And we're just really excited to be up there in Cincinnati. Actually, being Dimeback Denny right now, we're eastbound and down, heading through the desert, heading to Cincinnati right now.
All right.
Well, I wanted to let you know that I have a special request from a member of your listening audience who wants to remain anonymous. And that is, they would like for Chevy Guy and what's that other girl's name? Eskimo Mom to call in tomorrow night and sing God Bless America as we prepare for this Queen City SmackDown. And folks, I want everyone in the listening audience to listen closely, that there will, repeat after me, there will be blood. So I'm going to be calling every play by play, punch by punch, kick by kick, smack by smack, as we enter into the arena on July 4th for this monumental match that has been so hyped up for months now. It's time to put up or shut up.
Bingo.
As we prepare for that. So, Steve, and also I wanted to say that for those in the listening audience who may not be able to attend the match live and in person, we are going to be recording it. And I believe that we're going to make arrangements to make the audio available on air as well, so everyone will be able to hear it. But Steve, I've been a fan of yours for many years. I've been wanting to call in, but I do so many other promos, TV shows, radio ads. I can't get my real name on the air because it would be it would be in violation of FCC rules, and I know you appreciate that more than anyone else.
Sure, yeah.
So I don't want to take up any more time because time's ticking and many people are probably in the queue waiting to get in. But folks, just stand by and get ready for this monumental match coming up. And I would like to thank F&H Enterprises for including me, and I appreciate the hefty sign-on bonus that they gave me to sign on to do this. Call by call, play by play, punch by punch for the match. I think it's going to be wonderful. And I guess I should also tell you, the reason I found these guys is they found me, actually. I had ordered one of their cookbooks time back. Couldn't even
Yeah.
And what happened was I was just so impressed with the quality of the book itself, the recipes. I have a new favorite now, and it's called baked potato cicadas, and those are wonderful. They're made with butter and sour cream and cheese, and bacon bits. They're truly bursting with flavor, Steve Summers, so I highly recommend that one. That's my favorite recipe. But Steve, we'll see you. Actually, we're going to be, hopefully we can get some of our party up there tomorrow for the big elk roast that Heatwave has prepared for us, courtesy of his bumper ride there a few nights ago. So hopefully we'll be able to see you then. But if not, we'll see you Sunday at the Steve Summers Ranch there, and we're looking forward for the melon roast and the SmackDown, the Queen City SmackDown.
Queen City SmackDown.
Thank you for taking my call.
Lugnut Louie going to be emceeing the Queen City SmackDown. They even got a new title for it. How about that? It's about 18 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Now, earlier in the program, we had to get to the news break there when I was talking a few moments ago about Trump and calling out General Milley for the woke society. Yeah, the liberal fascist trying to infiltrate the military. Going to start teaching critical race theory to cadets at West Point? What the hell? Steve had mentioned, or was it Pappy? Pappy's the one that brought it up, actually. The North Korean defector. I found the rest of the story. All right, growing up in North Korea, right? A North Korean defector said she thought the United States was a country of free thought and free speech until she went to college in the U.S. Yeonmi Park attended Columbia University and was immediately struck by what she viewed as anti-Western sentiment in the classroom. A focus on political correctness that had her thinking, quote, even North Korea isn't this nuts. Wow. I expected I was paying this fortune, all this time, this energy, to learn how to think. But they're forcing you to think the way they want you to think. I realized, wow, this is insane. I thought America was different, but I saw so many similarities to what I saw in North Korea that I started worrying. The 27-year-old tells the New York Post that she couldn't believe she would be asked to do this much censoring of herself at a university in the United States. I literally crossed the Gobi Desert to be free and realized I'm not free. America's not free. She fled North Korea at the age of 13 in 2007, a voyage that took her and her family to China and South Korea before she went to school in New York in 2016. Her professors gave students, quote, trigger warnings, sharing the wording from readings in advance so people could opt out of reading or even sitting in class during discussions. Going to Columbia, the first thing I learned there was safe space. Every problem they explained to us is because of white men. Some of the discussions of white privilege reminded me of the caste system in North Korea, where people were categorized based on their ancestors. In one class, a teacher discussing Western civilization asked students if they had a problem with the name of the topic. Most students raised their hands, according to Park. Some, she said, mentioned issues with the colonial slant of the discussion. Classes often began with professors asking the students for their preferred pronouns, with the use of they becoming scary, as she feared being socially penalized for not being inclusive enough in her vocabulary. English is my third language, she said. It's very hard for me to say he and she. Sometimes I misuse them. She said she was chided for saying she enjoyed the writings of Jane Austen. I said, I love those books. I thought it was a good thing. Then, she said, do you know those writers had a colonial mindset? They were racist and bigots and subconsciously brainwashing you. Now, she said, North Korean students are constantly informed about the American bastard. I thought North Koreans were the only people who hated Americans, but turns out there's a lot of people hating this country in this country. Cancel culture, shouting down opposing voices, is becoming an issue of self-censorship. She chronicled her escape from North Korea and life and the repressive regime in the 2015 memoir entitled In Order to Live. She said Americans seem willing to give their rights away, not realizing they may never come back. Voluntarily, these people are censoring each other, silencing each other. No force behind it. Other times in history, there's a military coup d'etat, like a force comes in taking your rights away and silences you. But this country is choosing to be silenced, actually choosing to give their rights away. She said she knows what a country could become with rights and discourse stripped away. North Korea was pretty insane, she said. Like the first thing my mom taught me was, don't even whisper. The birds and the mice can hear you. She told me the most dangerous thing that I had in my body was my tongue. So I knew how dangerous it was to say the wrong things in a country. I grew up in the last Stalinist dictatorship. I witnessed people dying from starvation. And Americans are obsessed with oppression, even though there's not much oppression they've witnessed firsthand. This is completely nuts. It is unbelievable. I don't know why people are collectively going crazy like this or together at the same time. The situation in North Korea is one thing because the people don't have access to the internet. They have limited exposure to the rest of the planet. Students here have much more information available. As a child, she had thought dictator Kim Jong-un was starving and overworked until she was in South Korea and was shown pictures that showed how large he was compared to other people who looked thin and hungry. That's what it does when you're brainwashed. In some ways, the USA are brainwashed, even though there's evidence so clearly in front of your eyes, they can't see it. Columbia University had no comment, no response to the post for comment. So that coming from a North Korean defector, she was there until the age of, 16? Yeah, escaping the dictatorship, thinking If I can only get to America, I can really learn what it's like to be free and speak my mind and not be censored. We got to get a quick break in here. You want to chime in? We got time for one or two more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, real quick, like I'm flipping over to Drudge. The Drudge Report. You know, the guy that became a real anti-Trumper for whatever reason. Now, look at the big, bold, red headlines from Drudge. Trump Organization charged is the top headline. Tax crimes. Evidence unveiled in the morning. He's got another headline off to the side. Cohen says they've got him. So if you believe some of the, and of course, you know, Drudge is he just shares links, dispenses essentially what comes from, the leftist mainstream media news outlets these days. He doesn't share a whole lot of conservative views. Yeah, the first story takes you to the Washington Post. New York grand jury to return criminal indictments against Trump's company and its CFO. The first from prosecutors probing the former president's business. You'd think Trump's going to be charged with something. Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr. does not plan to charge former President Trump as part of Vance's office probe into hush money and real estate manipulations, according to one of Trump's attorneys. Let's see. They asked Vance's office last week about details of the charges it may file. Fischetti said that Vance's team did not say they were looking at filing charges against the Trump Organization and some of its employees over alleged failure to pay taxes on corporate benefits and perks. Those perks look to involve just a few executives and include things like cars and apartments. We asked, is there anything else? They said no. It's crazy. It's crazy that that's all they had, Fischetti says. Politico asked Fischetti if the meeting with Vance's lawyers delved into allegations by former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen and the adult film star who claims to have received hush money on Trump's behalf, Stormy Daniels. Fischetti said nothing, not a word on that. Trump's lawyer added that Vance's team added that they have no plans to bring any charges against the former president himself when the first indictment is made. They simply said, when this indictment comes down, he won't be charged. Our investigation is ongoing. Any criminal charges would be the first in Vance's probe into Trump and his business dealings. Legal experts have said an indictment against the organization, the Trump Organization, could bankrupt the company by undermining its relationships with banks and other business partners. So we'll see sometime later this morning. I'm not sure exactly what time these so-called charges are going to come down. And my understanding is it's supposed to be, there's an individual, again, like what was it, the CFO, Chief Financial Officer of the Trump Organization, apparently for tax crimes, failing to pay taxes on certain things. But you can be assured the mainstream media will be all over this, making a big to-do about, Trump Organization, the underhanded dealings of Donald Trump and his crooks. Yeah, we'll see what comes down. Obviously, we'll be able to discuss that a bit more in depth when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, at which point in time we will be wrapping up July the 1st. We'll be making our way into the second day of July, rolling into the 4th of July weekend, Independence Day weekend coming up here. Great to have you with us. We'll see you back at the midnight hour. Join us here for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.